country to come from that country. Why this specific fabric? Why is it that we use Dutch wax to draw on this fabric? Why is it that in some countries they use this type of fabric? So there's a lot of question towards it and a memory towards it. Like even a coat, I can tell you this coat belonged to my late aunt, and that's why it was so important for me to go ahead on this concept.
So Zandi, what does it mean for you as a young African curator to be curating African art from within the continent?
It's such an honor for me to be able to be an emerging artist or curator to tell stories from this perspective, because of the fact that I feel like African artists or African art should be interpreted and told by Africans, and that's important to me. I feel like if we don't tell our own stories, then it gets lost.
Your work, Zandi, feels deeply connected to femininity, connected to resilience, and what you spoke about earlier, lived experience. Why are these issues so central to your curatorial voice?
Fabric is soft, it's feminine, and I have a deep connection to the topic of female psychology, the female body. I feel like as women, we are very powerful in everything that we do, and there's so much that we go through as women. So this whole thing of making it so feminine and making the whole concept about female psychology is so important to me. My mother has gone through so many phases in her life. I've gone through so many phases of my life. I'm a woman too. I also experienced so many aspects of womanhood. There was an art piece that I exhibited on my exhibition. It's called To Be a Woman, and that itself speaks on the different phases that we go through. We go through the luteal phase, we go through the menstrual phase, ovulation phase, and that itself is a lot. And only recently I started tapping into understanding the male perspective as well, not on a masculinity base, but on a soft masculinity base, and what they go through, like the psychological aspects of having to carry a lot of burdens as fathers, as men in general. Why do they have to always feel like they're strong? But there's so much that they go through as well. So that was something that I recently had to tap into to understand as well. So that's something that I wanted to tap into, the femininity of it all, including masculinity, the feminine masculinity, the softness.
And you're part of Curator Lab. What kind of experience did that program give to you, and what opportunities did that open up for you?
I'm really, really grateful for the Curator Lab. I too, like my community, I was so close to giving up on becoming an artist. I was so close to giving up on the art industry because of how it's so limited to try and go up in this art industry, and it's so difficult. That's why so many people gave up on it in my community. So for me, throughout the whole Curator Lab, they taught me confidence, being confident in my own voice. As much as, yes, I don't have a background in curator, I don't have a degree in being a curator, I don't have art history backing. However, I think they've really taught me how to have a voice regardless of my background, and that even though I have a film background or UX background, that is also a voice too, and I matter as well. And I think having to experience that and them actually emphasizing it, that was such an incredible experience, and I'm so grateful for that. And also them giving us resources and our mentors teaching us from their perspective on what they've learned and guiding us. And I think that's it's such an opportunity that I'm really grateful for, and it's given me confidence to walk into many more opportunities ahead. If we have more mentorships like this, I think we'd have a lot more access for anyone who would like to be a curator one day.
Zandi, thank you very much for speaking with us.
Thank you so much.
Now, from fabric as memory and material as archive, we now move into the idea of living archives where ancestry, spirituality, and memory continue to shape who we are today. We now meet Muyon Daniela Mafulu, a young African curator whose work explores ancestral lineage, spiritual memory, and renewal. Thank you so much, Muyon, for speaking with us. Now, your curatorial work centers on the idea of living archives. What does this mean, though, in the context of African memory and African identity?
So I come from a very rooted African culture. Being Congolese and Namibian and living in South Africa, I think having a living archive that isn't seen through the lens of Western institutions, the Western lens is very important, especially because people want to have self-definition. Artists want to be seen a specific way that is not manipulated or is not disrupted and is not erased from what their history or their memory is. So creating an archive that is living, one that can be passed down, one that is still active, one that is still being explored, I think that's very important.
And did you have such an interesting, cultural identity from the way you explain it? So much of your work speaks of ancestral lineage, spiritual memory. Why is it important that these themes are there within contemporary African art spaces?
Because I think spirituality and memory is something that has somewhat been erased, but not really put out there again. I think it's important to understand that a lot of the artists come from backgrounds where ancestry is a thing, where memory is still perceived in the way that they want to curate spaces. So it's important to have that as a fundamental aspect of our practice. I think having spirituality for me is very interesting because it takes away from how we see traditional artworks and creating a new conceptual lens for African artists within the space that we're in.
So, for a long time, African archives were stored, interpreted externally. So what does this mean for Africans to now reclaim their own archives?
So I think it's very important to understand that Western institutions had a very limitation of how they perceived African archives and African artworks. They had this idea and theory of making it an other, making it primitive to what they believed African art should be. I think it's important that now we're in a space, in a new generation, where we're exploring the possibilities that were so unknown for a lot of African artists, especially through the lens of memory, through the lens of history, kind of going back to the roots of our ancestors, knowing that some things were not meant to be placed in a space that isn't valuing it, or a space that isn't understanding the representation of African artists. So disrupting the space is very crucial. It's important, but also to remember we're not rejecting Western frameworks. We're just making African narratives more distinguished, making it more known, making it our own voices. It's very important to give artists and curators their own voice. It's important to make sure that we know what we're standing for and not hiding behind big institutions like the West and the East.
So talk to me about that ancestry that you're speaking of. As a young African curator, how do you balance between honoring ancestral knowledge while still creating spaces for contemporary expression?
I think it's a very tricky one because you have to be careful with how you perceive ancestry memory or ancestral knowledge, especially because from someone that's inside, from the outside, you might see it completely different. So it's kind of trying to make sure that these narratives stay intact and not separating them for a global audience. It's not tearing it apart, but bringing more life into it. I think it's very important that curators and artists are in a space where we're using our own language, we're using our own vocabulary, we're literally framing our own way and our own context of things, and not to say that it isn't to please a public audience, but it's to make sure that our history isn't erased through the lens of what was erased before.
You've talked a lot about spirituality and ancestry. Do you feel, though, that spirituality and African spirituality and ancestry, are they misunderstood in global art spaces?
Yes, they are misunderstood in global art spaces. I think, for me, coming from a space of heritage and being Congolese, you always think about Congolese mosque and how they're always placed in these institutions as something that's so pretty. It's something that, oh, this is cool, but it's you're not understanding that you took something from a place that was never meant to be exposed to a world. It was something that was meant to keep sacred for different tribes, different communities. And now you're exposing it to an audience that doesn't understand it, an audience that sees it as a kind of playing tool that they get to kind of have an objective of what is seen for it. You wouldn't know it was something special or it had this cultural background if it was in a space that doesn't understand the actual significance behind the work.
All right, a very interesting discussion, Muyo, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
This is the future of African storytelling, led from within. That's all we have time for on this episode of Talk Africa. Big thank you to all our curators, Denzo Nyati, Boitumelo Makosu, Zandile Makroti, and Muyon Daniela Mafulo. Remember, you can be a part of this conversation through our social media platforms on Facebook and X, and you can watch this and other editions of Talk Africa on our YouTube playlist. Do join us again next week for more of Talk Africa. From me, Beatrice Marshall, and the team here in Johannesburg, South Africa. Until next time, it's goodbye.
The federal government of Nigeria warns vandals of national assets, electricity transmission towers, cables and other facilities to desist from this act of sabotage. Vandalism is a serious crime punishable under the law. Vandalizing electrical equipment will affect millions of Nigerians, including your loved ones. Remember that national assets belong to all of us, hence the need to protect them. Report all cases of suspicious movement around electrical facilities to security agencies. When you see something, say something. This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation in collaboration with the National Counter-Terrorism Center, NCTC, Office of the National Security Advisor.
Good day, viewers. My name remains Dr. Aminu Abdullahi Abdulkarim, being the GM of Greenland Natural Medicine Limited. Greenland Natural Medicine is a center for alternative therapy, and we also give you the health talk on health-related issues virtually every day or weekly. In Greenland Natural Medicine, we have the vision of providing natural, effective solutions to your health-related issues. We also empower health and wellness, and in Greenland Natural Medicine, we foster cultures and sustainable development for natural remedies. Yes, Greenland Natural Medicine is a center for alternative therapy, just where it's made mention earlier. We are here to give you more enlightenment about your health-related issue, which has to do with your prostate health challenge. If you have issue with your prostate and you noticed you have been regularly, or let me just give you a little information about prostate. Prostate is just that vital organ that also helps in reproductive aspect of man. This one produces the semen fluid for a man before intercourse, or it also produces the semen fluid during the intercourse. The prostate gland is a very vital organ in our body, which the enlargement of it is what actually caused us what we call BPH or prostatitis, or the cancer aspect of it. Yes, when we talk about the BPH, that is the prostate enlargement in general. The prostate enlargement is a serious health challenge. Once you have such kind of health challenges, you will notice different symptoms and several signs or symptoms. For those who have prostatitis, inflammation or prostatic gland is the cause of just the infection. That area can be infected as well. In Greenland Natural Medicine, what we do here is we have to make sure you go through the lab test and make sure all the things that you need in your body are scientifically proved, and we have them in natural way. All our products are 100% organic, approved by NAFDAC, approved by all the agency you know that regulates alternative medicine. We are registered members of traditional practitioners of Nigeria. Also, for those who have issue with maintenance of weight and so on, please don't hesitate. Give us a call. We have a good lifestyle that will improve for you, so that your obesity will not get affecting to your prostate all the time. Thank you. I remain blessed.
Nigeria, a land of rich culture and diverse voices, where every voice matters, not protest. Unity, not division. Nigeria, united in dialogue.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide the company you desire. in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel. And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
Female genital mutilation is any partial or total removal of the female genitalia for non-medical reason. FGM inflicts lifelong injuries on women and their female children. It constitutes a violation of women's fundamental human rights and threats to bodily integrity. Globally, more than 200 million girls and women alive today have undergone female genital mutilation. The practice of FGM is high in Nigeria, with 1/4 of the global estimates occurring in the country, and it cuts across all social, cultural, and geopolitical zones in the country. The physical and psychological damage is likely to continue throughout a survivor's life, limiting a capacity to participate fully in society. FGM is a criminal offense in Nigeria. Perpetrators can be jailed for 4 years or 200,000 naira fine. Are you at risk of any form of violence, or you know someone who is? Please speak out now. Break the silence. Let's eliminate violence against women and girls.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel. And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content.
Troops of Operation Hiding K rescued 2 kidnapped victims.
Nigeria joins other countries at Geneva for International Lab Congress.
This issue of AI and digital economy is going to be a reality.
And on Good Morning Nigeria, today we shall focus on nature-based solutions for climate change.
Now, for many Nigerians, climate change is no longer something they read about in reports. It is something they experience.
So true. From extreme heat and erratic rainfall to flooding, erosion, and the loss of farmland, communities across the country are feeling its effects in different ways.
Now, the consequences are also showing up in food production, water availability, public health, and even livelihoods.
Yeah, exactly. And as these challenges grow, attention is increasingly turning to solutions that work with nature rather than against it.
Now, that is the idea behind the experts called nature-based solutions. Simple actions such as restoring forests, protecting wetlands, planting trees, preserving mangroves, and improving land management practices.
The thinking is that healthy ecosystems do more than beautify the environment. They can absorb carbon, reduce flood risk, protect biodiversity, improve soil quality, and strengthen communities against the impact of climate change.
And across the world, countries are investing in these approaches as part of their climate action plans.
So the question for Nigeria is whether we're doing enough to protect the natural assets we already have, from our forests and waterways to our grasslands and coastal ecosystems.
So on this World Environment Day, the conversation won't just be about the threats facing the environment, right?
Exactly. It's also about the opportunities. How can nature help us build resilience, support development, and respond more effectively to climate change?
Now, that's our focus this morning on Good Morning Nigeria. We're discussing nature-based solutions for climate change. I'm Victor Azo. Thank you for joining us.
It hasn't changed with the rains that have set in, right?
I almost changed it.
All right. I'm Henry John. Welcome to Good Morning Nigeria this Friday. Newspaper review will hit you in a bit, but for now we have the morning news hot and fresh. And guess who is serving? The one and the only Musa Abubakar. Musa, it's good to see you this morning. Good morning to you.
Good morning to the both of you. Here's the news. The federal government has insisted that the safe return of all those in captivity is a national priority. The Minister of Information and National Orientation, Muhammad Idris, reinstated this while briefing the media on the escalating security situation in Nigeria.
What distinguishes the Tinubu's administration response is not merely the deployment of force, but the adoption of comprehensive, intelligence-led approach to national security, combined with an ongoing and long overdue overhaul of the nation's security architecture. One of the pillars of this overhaul is the determined implementation of state policing that is dynamic, flexible, and fit for purpose, one that truly empowers and secures local communities across the length and breadth of our nation.
Significant progress has been made towards establishing state police, with a constitutional amendment expected soon, following months of consultations among the executive, the National Assembly, and security authorities. The Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Bajabiamila, disclosed this while briefing State House correspondents after a consultative meeting on state police convened by the Presidency at the State House, Abuja. Bajabiamila said deliberations on the proposed state police framework began several months ago following a directive by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, noting that the process has gained considerable traction.
Establishing the state police is not something that you do with a wave of the hand or a snap of a finger. There's a lot involved in terms of constitution and legalities. And thank God now a lot of traction. We've gained a lot of traction. Hopefully the amendment will come shortly, and then the details of the amendment will come after that. Right now, what we're looking at is the constitutional amendment itself, and then the enabling law will follow thereafter. So that's what we've been deliberating on in the last couple of hours, and hopefully we know that there's a national consensus on the establishment of the state police. I don't think there is any debate on that. It is something that the president has wanted and has been talking about.
Troops of the Joint Task Force Northeast Operation Haddon-K have rescued 2 kidnapped victims abducted from Ngoshi community. A statement by the Media Information Officer Operation Haddon-K, Lieutenant Colonel Sani Uba, says the victims, identified as Mariam Muhammad and her 1-year-old son Bello Muhammad, were among those abducted during the terrorist attack on Ngoshi on 3rd March 2026 and held at a terrorist enclave within the Mandara Mountains before escaping following intense military operations on terrorist hideouts. Similarly, 2 additional family members identified as Binta Umaru and her 2-year-old daughter Hafsat Ibrahim escaped from another terrorist enclave within the Mandara Mountains and surrendered to troops deployed along Ogoza Limankara Road. The Inspector General of Police Intelligence Response Unit, IRT, has paraded 3 suspected syndicates of various crimes apprehended across the country. Amongst the suspects paraded by the Commander DCP Adamu Saidu Muazu is a citizen of Benin Republic who has in the last 15 years disguised as a chef across Nigeria to sedate food for his employers before robbing them of valuables. Nigeria has joined the global conversation on the future of work and artificial intelligence, advocating inclusive and human-centered AI policies that promote decent employment and ensure no worker is left behind in the digital transition. The position was presented by the Minister of Labour and Employment, Muhammad Megari Dingyadi, at the 114th session of the International Labour Conference in Geneva, Switzerland.
I am confident that with the commitment of Mr. President, this issue of AI and digital economy is going to be a reality. And the federal government is very committed to it and is very serious about it.
Well, that's the news this morning. Good morning, Nigeria continues after the break.
You make choices every day. Your essential routine shouldn't be one of them. Start with Nivea Men Deep Body Lotion with MaxTech, powered by Black Carbon, that gives you 48 hours moisture. Then, lock in that powerful dark wood scent with Nivea Men Deep Roll-On with MaxTech that gives you 72 hours sweat and odor protection. Skin is for playing it smart. Nivea is for skin. Nivea Men, proud sponsors of Real Madrid.
My people, do you know that 1 is better than 10? Better than 10? Yes, so. Impossible. Let me show you that 1 is better than 10 with Harpic 10X. Toilets have stains, which bleach cannot clean. But Harpic is thicker and sticks better, which gives not 2, not 4, but 10 times better cleaning, leaving your toilet sparkling clean. Wow! You can now see that 1 is better than 10!
Imagine lovely meals you can cook with these ingredients. You spend heavily, but no guarantee of a tasty meal. Not making a right choice of seasoning cube can ruin your meal, money, and confidence. For a tasty meal, do not compromise. Choose Gold.
Use Terra Gold for the rich, consistent taste your loved ones crave for. Good for soups, stews, and jollof. Terra Gold. 1 cube, endless possibilities.
The world needs moms. With a splash of golden Terra oil, a mom can transform a frown into a smile. Change no thanks into yes please. Resolve family feuds without blowing a whistle. Providing tasty family meals is all that matters. Where there are moms, there is love. Golden Terra oil, pour pure love. TerraCube, unwrap joy, unleash taste.
Progress no dey happen just like that. It dey come from support when you need am.
Mommy, I got the school fees. You too much.
Na money point oh.
Money point, thank you.
Customer, na transfer abi? Confirm.
Bro, na transfer.
Na money point oh. Oh, na confirm.
Progress na peace of mind when you know say payment go land as sure banker. Progress na small wind where they carry person go far.
No worry, yourself go make am. Go Bible.
Victor, even you, they use money point?
Of course now, they use money point.
Confirm.
Money point, made for your progress.
Out you come. With the shortage of brand new aircraft delivery across the world, Emirates decided to go it alone and refurbish over 200 of our existing planes at our own engineering facility. This makes it the largest retrofit program on the planet. For our customers, it means even greater consistency of a world-class product.
Guys, food is ready.
Cook to impress.
Little body, big moves. Little brain, big learning. Your little child is eager to do big things. Every sachet comes with the nutrients they need every day. Made from natural grains, contains protein and fortified with iron to support their physical growth, learning, and development. So you can fully enjoy your little one's big moments of growth.
All right, it's Good Morning Nigeria, live on the network service of the NTA. Let's now take a look at the papers.
And the man with the papers, Chukwudi Okoli Abuja.
Hello, Victor.
Here with us.
Second
Good
time around. You know, I saw you yesterday when I came back. It's first time.
Chickadee, good to see you.
The feeling is mutual.
I'm excited to see you.
And there's one top security officer in Asaba that loves you on the air. She says you're crispy, breezy, and effective. How are you doing?
I'm very well.
Morning.
Well, Chickadee, good to see you.
For the first time, it isn't an old he.
What
anyway,
do you
let's get
mean
going. Let's
by
get
that?
going.
I'm admired by both male,
I beg you,
female,
make we
old
do
and young.
newspaper. Not be everything that they answer.
All right, let's get into the papers quickly. We'll begin with the leadership. The leadership leads with, despite death sentence for killers or massacre survivors still in agony. The writer says government should find, punish massacre sponsors, says woman who lost legs. That's on page 4. All right. Away from that, ADC sues NJC, Soho, others about alleged court disobedience. And UN joins calls for release of pupils, teachers abducted in Borno, Oyo. And that's on page 4 of the leadership this morning. Above that, 18,900 manufacturing jobs lost in 3 years of Tinubu reforms. That's on page 21 of the leadership. And the picture story is that of aid workers delivering supplies yesterday to Congo, actually, as a result of the outbreak of the rare type of Ebola virus. All right, just above that, just below the masthead, we have Dangote refinery ramps up to 700,000 barrels per day, strengthening Africa's energy landscape. And finally, Ejiofor urges NFF to retain Chile as Super Eagles head coach. And that's on page 37. All right, let's look at the Daily Trust now. The Daily Trust leads with parties seat on candidates list. All right, away from that, security guard killed as bandits abduct 4 in Abuja. That's on page 16. Below that, son allegedly kills father in Ondo. 7 die as farmers' headers clash in Bauchi. And of course, the call for the release of the abducted pupils and teachers in Oyo and Borno is also right here. And that call has been made by the UN. Above the lead story, just below the masthead, we have constitutional framework for state police to be out soon, according to the presidency. Despite rowdy session, House yet to finalize on minority leadership. And that's about it. But there's this interesting headline here, I'm sure Chukwudi will want to respond to this. Gwinga Hashim promises 525 naira to dollar exchange rate.
125 naira.
525 naira to the dollar exchange rate.
I'm not going to say he's going to easily win the laurel for dreaming in the daytime. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt.
You know, campaign promises can be very, very interesting.
Let's go to Victor.
And the blueprint leads with this story here. Rescue of abducted Oyo Borno school children, top security priority, says the FG. Vows to crush banditry, terrorism, others. Secures 386 convictions, 500 suspects facing trial. Troops rescue 2 kidnapped victims in Kogi. Intensify search for others. All right, that story continues on page 13. Above the nameplate, NOA repositioning to address realities of evolving digital society. That's according to DG, and it's on page 10. Below the nameplate, Niger not seeking fresh 20.4 billion naira loan facility, House clarifies. That's on page 9. And in business, Dangote ramps up oil production to 700,000 barrels per day, still world's highest. And that's on page 19. And in sports, Portugal will be difficult, Murphy admits. That's on page 32. Okay, and there are other stories, of course, on the front page of the blueprint. Tinubu's 3rd anniversary, FCT ready to commission over 30 projects. I wonder if it's commissioning or inaugurating. Well, in primaries, APC NWC to decide candidates' fate after review of appeals. That's credited to Yewada. And groups protest, demand fresh elections. As PDP constitutes review panel. It's on page 7. To the final set of stories, CBN attracts 2.16 trillion naira bids, raises 1.46 trillion naira in treasury bills auction. Page 18. Minority leadership, reps in rowdy session, over $50,000 bribe to endorse Ugochinyere, is on page 10. And NGX sheds over 5 trillion naira in June sell-off as investors lock in profits. It's on page 18. And finally from here, FOI request. Court urges Justice Minister to monitor review of MPA's contracts. It's on page 7. Chukwudi.
50,000 naira, $50,000 alleged as bribe money for Ugochinyere. Who saw it?
And who took it?
It's okay.
Who gave the money, by the way?
Okay. Now you guys are being journalistic about it. That's why I love the newsroom anytime. Now, somebody's talking about 125 naira to the dollar, and we poked fun at it. It's not as if it's impossible, but you have to have certain things in place for it to be possible. And we don't have to be economists like our departed Dr. Okengwu. Now, you're going to talk about your balance of trade. Is it favorable to you? You're going to talk about your import and export profile. Are you a producer or you're an importer, you know? When those things are not in place and somebody wakes up after a fat lunch and says it's going to be 15 naira to the dollar, you take it with a pinch of salt. My economics has died there. I don't know beyond that.
I know.
Anyhow, I am interested in the fact that 700,000 barrels per day is what Dangi Baba, I know Victor is jealous when I call Dangote Dangi Baba. You know, the African economy is going to be very, very grateful to this man in the days ahead. Just yesterday, I got to know that he has revived Peugeot Motors. There's a Kaduna plant, you know, now churning out cars, Peugeot cars. I thought it had become moribund, you know. Of course, the advantage of local manufacture or assembling of cars is that it clips off slices of some of the price you would have paid if everything had to go through import and all that, you know. So we really are happy what this man is doing, but we want the Strait of Hormuz to stop sabotaging his effort. Because as long as Trump is telling you they may sign, they may not sign, you're not sure whether it's going to drop from 1,316 naira per liter.
So who do we send to the Strait of Hormuz?
You, of course, you go there with your armored cars and all that, you know. The state police, I'm very interested in it. I like talking about things that affect the people. They're affected. That's what my news managers call them. Now, the insurgency, the banditry they're talking about, I'm not a security expert. I can tell you all the same that when state police is instituted in this country and you have more boots and better equipping, because the governors, of course, if state police comes, you're going to have to reduce the federal whatever, and the allocation going to them will now, part of it should go to the states because their load is reduced. It's not as if the federal police will not be there. In fact, they will still be there and act like the FBI. When the FBI stride in, state police vanish from the scene. It's going to be like that. So people who are afraid that state police would tilt the thing in favor of governors and all that, there are areas that will tell you this will be in the exclusive preserve of federal police. But so let's all give it a chance to work out, because that's the solution to the banditry, the insurgents and all that.
When you say that the money going to the police will be reduced in favor of the state police, are you saying this for sure? Or it's just permutations?
No, I thought it's natural logic that if you had a force of so and so, but now the job is going to be done chiefly at the state level. Of course, some of the people who are in the federal police now are going to go back to their states and become there. So it's still the same Maya Nwima, so you know, he knows what I'm talking about. Now, so wine, and they circulate for Calabash, you know. The point I'm making is the purse you push into the federal policing is definitely going to
You sound like
drop
the
a bit.
purse was ever enough.
Yeah, well, it wasn't ever enough, but it's not going to be the way it has always been. There's no way. There's no way. There must be some reallocation.
Exactly.
That's what I think, please. But Victor may be right.
The states, the states would,
Nobody has told us how it's going to be funded.
Definitely.
No, how it will be funded will all be part of the constitutional process.
But that's it. Take from federal to. I'm
Let's
not sure,
just hold on. The framework will be out shortly. We'll get all of those details. This trend of children killing their parents. This one here says, son allegedly kills father in Ondo. Some weeks ago, it was about a businessman in Abuja who was murdered by his son. Just yesterday, I was also seeing another story like that. And this is in Ondo. What's going on?
I talked to a security man in Delta State, and he talked about crime, drugs and crime. When these people are high, all these things you're talking about don't count at all. There's nothing like not my papa or my mama anymore. A man who is under drugs, under the influence of drugs, does not think properly. I don't know whether this man was, but you're going to find out that he's going to be one of those boys who have now become anyhow people. How we didn't grow up. I don't know about Victor. I think the gap is too much for him to have enjoyed the kind of training we had, you know. So the point is, children have gone haywire, and there doesn't seem to be control over them anymore. First of all, they feel that they are entitled. You see them 36 years in
Is it the fault of the children or the parents themselves? If you miss parenting, what will be the result?
I blame parents more than I blame any other person. People go to government. I'm not one of those who... you see, whatever I am today, in terms of behaving well to Victor, I learned it in Sunday school. It's not any pastor giving me, somebody give me hallelujah, oh God. No, I took it from Sunday school. Show a child the way he would go. Then when he becomes an adult, he's not going to depart from it. Parents have departed. Okay, I go to one school like this, and a young parent is bringing her child to school, and you see that her jeans trousers are torn in the thigh, they are torn this way. Tell me, is that parent not going to raise children that will walk around in rags? This was not how we were. Things have gone bad and nobody seems to care. The family unit is the first point of molding the child, however effective government is. So it's unfortunate where we're going, but I know so
but you see,
road no day there.
Another thing is, the prayer is that every parent does the right thing, because you could do well in raising your own child, but when they go out to mix with other children who have been badly brought up, they also get to pick up.
I met somebody, he said, I'm not sending you to Canada till I'm sure that when you get there, you will resist whatever they're trying to impose on you in Canada. And when I wanted to send my children to school, Senator Mike Ajebo asked me, what are their ages? Where are they rushing to? Why don't let them mature so that when they get into the university, all those bad influences, they'll be able to identify who they are. These are some of the things you consider.
All right.
But you have parents who want their children to get into the university at 12. Cult members are waiting there for them.
All right, Chukwudi, yeah, director says it is time to go. Thank you so much, Chukwudi. Have a great weekend.
Happy Sunday school on Sunday.
Do you still attend Sunday school?
I don't like me, you don't like them. That be my enemy and me not their friend.
Good morning, Nigeria continues after this break. We'll see you then. Please don't go.
God bless you all.
Splash of golden terra oil. Mums make every dinner a grand family celebration. Her care nourishes you from within. And motivates the mind.
Mums pour pure love to make tasty, healthy, nourishing family meals.
Golden Terra Oil.
Pour pure love.
Kalli yarka kaga abin da take yi.
Ta yi daidai. Sai ma kin haifo ta biyun tukunna. In san na gaya maki ba bata lokaci.
Kalle ta fa, har yanzu tana buƙatar kulawa.
Ina.
Jikina yana buƙatar lokaci ya murmure.
Kuma haka ne fa. Tsawon shi kike buƙata kenan.
Tattaunawa tsakanin ma'aurata yana da muhimmanci. Mu tattauna.
Lami, ki dawo mana. Ai ba mu gama magana ba.
Introducing the new Jig Sachet. Whitening your whites has never been more affordable. Now you can keep whites shining brighter and disinfect by killing 99.9% of germs on your floors and other surfaces. Just jig it with Jig Sachet.
Give more strength to your hair with Mega Growth Leave-In Strengthener. It's infused with nourishing oils and conditioning proteins so you can say goodbye to hair breakage. Wow! Mega Growth Leave-In Strengthener.
Godrich Air Pocket? Wow!
With Power Gel technology, keeps the bathroom fresh for up to 30 days. Godrich Air Pocket. Bye-bye bad smell. Hello sweet fragrance.
Guys, food is ready.
Cook to impress. The world needs moms. With a splash of golden terra oil, a mom can transform a frown into a smile. Change no thanks into yes please. Resolve family feuds without blowing a whistle. Providing tasty family meals is all that matters. Where there are moms, there is love. Golden Terra Oil. Pour pure love.
Out you come. With the shortage of brand new aircraft delivery across the world, Emirates decided to go it alone and refurbish over 200 of our existing planes at our own engineering facility. This makes it the largest retrofit program on the planet. For our customers, it means even greater consistency of a world-class product.
Joy, unleash taste.
The prestigious NTA Television College, widely recognized for its professionalism and excellence in media training, has achieved another significant milestone. In addition to its existing affiliation with Ahmadu Bello University Zaria for the award of a degree in mass communication, the college has now received official approval from the National Board for Technical Education, NBTE, to commence National Diploma, ND programs in mass communication and multimedia. Additional programs are also in progress. Admission requirements: a minimum of 5 O-level credit passes in relevant subjects. For National Diploma ND programs, minimum JAMB admissible score of 100. For degree programs, recommended JAMB score of 180 and above. This is a great opportunity to become part of the college's growing legacy in media and broadcast education. For more information,
Visit our website at www.ntatvc.edu.ng or call these following numbers: 0803-838-4343, 0806-980-9897. Announcer Management.
Right, nature-based climate solutions, our topic this morning. And just before we get into it and bring in our guests, let's take this background report put together by Timothy Yusuf.
World Environment Day, observed June 5 annually, centers key issues of climate change and environment. This year, land restoration, desertification and drought resilience is at the core of the campaign. Experts say nature-based solutions, NBS, are the most cost-effective and scalable tools to addressing climate change. Nature-based solutions, they emphasize, can deliver 37% of cost-effective carbon dioxide mitigation needed by 2030 to limit warming to 2 degrees centigrade. For Nigeria, nature-based solutions directly aligned with 2026 parallel focus, International Year of the Woman Farmer. This is against the backdrop that women, according to analysts, manage most smallholder farms and are central to agroforestry, soil restoration and dairy systems that double as carbon sinks. So far, global recognition of MBS is high, with policy mentions in Nigeria's major climate projects. Funding, land rights and monitoring, however, remain major gaps, as findings show that only 3% of climate finance flows to MBS. On why MBS matters, analysts believe that 40% of world's land is degraded, affecting 3.2 billion people. In Nigeria, 11 northern states face desertification, while coastal states battle erosion. World Environment Day 2026 is not symbolic, it's a policy checkpoint for countries to show progress on UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration 2021 to 2030. For more, over now to our guests in the studio.
Many thanks, Timothy, for the background report. Now joining us for a conversation right here on nature-based solutions for climate change is Professor Innocent Bariko, Director General, National Environmental Standards and Regulations Enforcement Agency, Nigeria. Many thanks for joining us, Prof.
Thank you, madam. Good to see you. Good morning, Nigerians.
One more.
All right. Our guest joining us via Zoom. You want to introduce that, Victor?
Just go ahead.
All right. Also joining us for the conversation via Zoom from London, we have Professor Chukwumerije Okereke, President, Society for Planet and Prosperity, Nigeria, and visiting professor at the London School of Economics. A pleasure to have you, Prof.
Good to be here. Thank you.
All right. We have two profs in the house as we speak, but let's begin with the in-house prof. And when people hear climate change, you know, they often think of technology, they think of renewable energy or global agreements. What exactly does it mean when we say nature-based climate solutions? What exactly does it mean?
Okay, you recall that in quite recent times, the world has been concerned about rising temperatures and all that in the environment. And these rising temperatures have what has contributed to what we have today as the climate problem. And so as part of the response to climate action, the research has shown that nature-based solutions, amongst others, are also part of the solutions that we could deploy to address climate change problems. And so when we talk about nature-based solutions, we are talking about responses to climate change that border on depending on natural processes, protecting biodiversity, protecting and responding to environmental issues, or with the natural processes like ensuring and protecting biodiversity, ensuring and preventing flood through natural processes. For example, protecting biodiversity by ensuring that in your ecosystems, every ecosystem, like the wetlands, for example, you ensure that wetlands are sustained. Because when wetlands are not sustained, you are giving room for flooding. You're also giving room for things like erosion and all that. So the ecosystems we have made that nature has provided, it is our responsibility to protect them. It is our responsibility to ensure that there is no, because the issues of climate change are the product of human activity, distorting the environment. And so this is distortion, that an addressing of those things that border on the natural processes, using natural processes like tree planting, for example, are some of the nature-based solutions that we are focusing on this year's World Environment Day. Using this opportunity to attempt to look at how we could use nature-based solutions to address climate change. First, we think that besides nature-based solutions, we also have engineering alternatives, but we are focusing, the United Nations this year is looking at nature-based solutions. And nature-based solutions, like I mentioned, is basically responding to climate change by addressing nature in a natural form. Tree planting is a typical example. So we go out, we ensure that we don't expose, promote afforestation by planting trees. You know, that is not to say that you could not also address flooding or erosion through other engineering measures. But planting and it covers the ecosystem and ensures that the ecosystem is not exposed to flooding, erosion, and then aggravate the climate change challenges.
All right. Many thanks, DG, for your opening comments. Quickly want to introduce another guest who is joining us via Zoom, Dr. Nkiruka Chidia Madweke, the Special Presidential Envoy on Climate Change and the State Project Coordinator, Abia Newmap, EIB. Many thanks for joining us, Doctor.
Thank you so much for having me on this conversation, and good morning, Professor DG.
Good
All
morning,
right,
madam. Good to see you.
All right, Dr. Madweke, we'll get back to you shortly, but I would like to remain with the DG right here in the studio. You say nature-based solutions. I'm thinking are nature-based solutions being promoted because they're effective or because they are politically easier than making difficult decisions on emissions and environmental regulations?
Well, first and foremost, we could say they are cheaper. They are cheaper, and they are approaches that any person can use, especially considering the fact that engineering alternatives are not available at all levels. For example, in my village, for example, where the ordinary person may not be able to quickly get to an engineering alternative, and there's erosion affecting maybe a farm area and all that. I mean, it becomes easier to educate the people to say, look, plant. If you plant trees here, it will help and all that. So for one to say that there is cheaper as opposed to the general alternative, but it's not to say that regulations don't cover nature-based alternatives. For example, in Nigeria, we have regulations that protect wetlands. There are regulations that guide against erosion. there are regulations on different aspects of biodiversity.
But the next question
Now,
will be, how effective will these regulations be? Because we still have these issues with us.
Yeah, the effectiveness of these regulations has to do with enforcement. It has to do with enforcement. And so when the regulations on their own cannot be effective without enforcement. But the point I'm drawing to the fore is the fact that nature-based solutions are more available, they are more accessible, they are also cheaper to address. That is not to say that they are not part of our regulations, they are also part of our regulations.
So from what you're saying, will it be safe to say that nature-based solutions can realistically compete with economic pressures driving logging, mining, and urban expansion?
Yeah, it may not compete sufficiently because of the speed with which some of those things are taking place. And I understand that to mean that you say nature-based solutions, if you get to a rural area where logging is taking place on a very fast speed, the other alternative is actually to plant. And we encourage for every tree you take away, then plant another one. Because that's the only way you can handle that aspect of maintaining biodiversity. That is not to say that other issues of climate change, you remember we're talking about green technology, we are talking about other solar and all that in the present circumstance also to deal with the issue of climate change. But we are talking about, at this point, we're talking about nature-based solutions. And we are saying that it has its own weaknesses. It is not a total solution to the problem. That's the point.
All right. Thank you, Prof. Let's get to another Prof this time, Professor Okereke. Now, Prof, you've been involved in global climate policy discussions. So just how important are nature-based solutions to the problem of climate change? Of course, considering the fact that climate change itself is also a nature-based problem.
That's a good question. How important are they? They are extremely important. One of the challenges that we face in addressing societal problems is always the tendency to assume that the more technical, the more Western, the better. And this is a false solution and false mindset. When I travel around the world, I talk about the fact that when I was growing, there was a lot of traditional behaviors, practices that actually promoted biodiversity conservation, climate mitigation, food security, water scarcity, and disease. And Professor Baido has been giving you a long list of those. Those days, when we finish cooking with the firewood in the Obanku village where I come from, my mom and my grandmom makes us to collect the ash from the cooking, and then we pour those ash into the farm nearby using natural soil to improve fertility and to make the
All right.
Are we having a problem with his audio?
It's a connection issue, looks like. With Professor Okereke, we hope we can establish connection with you right there in London.
I'll take the same question to
Dr. Madwekwe. Okay, Professor Okereke is back. Let's hear you, Prof.
Oh, good. Well, let me conclude by saying that you don't have to choose technical or nature-based solution. You can combine those. Dr. Nkiruka will speak a bit more about that because in the NUMA project, which I'm very, very familiar with, you're combining engineering design to mitigate flood with ecosystem and biological diversity management through the planting of trees, agroforestry, etc. So you don't have to choose one or the other. I want to make this point seriously before I go. It is not the case that the more sophisticated the solution, the better. We can, as Professor Baido has said, use a lot of very simple, natural processes to help to solve societal problems while also improving livelihood and well-being.
For those of us not in the environment space, hearing the nature-based solutions and, of course, reforestation being one of it, what comes to mind is it not contradictory, to be focusing on reforestation when our forests are being, if our forests are disappearing at the moment. So how does this work? If at the moment we can't even see our forest anymore. So how can this solve the problem?
Oh, yeah, your point is very, very valid. Actually, there's no contradiction. The point is that we shouldn't be allowing our forests to disappear, which then leads to drought, desertification, and increase in temperature, and then come back and be begging for money to do nature-based solutions to solve these problems. It is easier and better to protect what you have than to allow what you have to disappear, and then you come asking for more money to solve the problem. Nigeria has lost nearly 62% of its forest cover from the time we got independence to now. And the problem is not abating. I have some of my research assistants that, as you said, just went to Cross River last week, and then they found growing, alarming rate of deforestation. So we need to conserve our forests. Agroforestry, mangrove restoration, wetland restoration, wetland conservation, but also urban green infrastructure. Just planting trees around Abuja, the NTA axis where you are sitting, can help to reduce temperature by up to 2 degrees, both at noon and at night. So we shouldn't wring our hands and pretend that there's nothing we can do, that only when we get big money from the rich countries, that's the only time that we can do something to solve our societal problems.
For your intervention so far, we'll get back to you in the course of this conversation. Now, let me get to Dr. Nkiruka Chidi Amadrekwe. In your experience, where is the place for nature-based solutions to climate change in Nigeria?
Again, the studio, thank you for this opportunity to be part of this conversation. I wanted to address the concern that I heard, which is, are we not talking about two different things, or is there conflict in the conversation? Nature-based solution is just basically using nature to address climate issues. So you're not fighting against nature. One, it is low cost. It is something that, like Professor Kirike has said, it's something that we have been doing in our culture, right? And so it's so easy peasy. So you're not saying, yes, we know that climate issues are nature issues, right? But please, I want to state this clearly. The reason why we're having climate change is because of human activities, more human activities than nature itself. So now for countries like Nigeria, where you're rich in natural systems, right? You're being encouraged to harness what you have and really amp up on your nature solutions. Why? Because you're actually rich in that resource. And if you look at the Climate Change Act, the Climate Change Act actually addresses two things. It addresses nature-based solutions as one of the solutions Nigeria has identified. It also has addressed something known as natural capital systems. Now imagine if we put a price to our nature, then we will not only be gaining revenue, but we'll also be enforcing behaviors. Because one of the things about nature-based solutions is that it has to be community-owned. Let me use an example. So in UMAP, like Professor said, we do both structural and non-structural bioengineering. So we found out that it's not just doing civil works to help remediate gully erosions, but also plant grasses like vetiver. Now let me tell you one thing we have found out. We found out that even after we have planted these vetiver grasses, that the community will go and burn them. So when you burn our erosion control system, the natural one, what do you expect? Because the thing about vetiver is that it's not only long-rooted, it also helps to reduce the flow of water. Another thing again we've seen, which is something that can actually be addressed really, is people building houses on flood lines and on flood paths. Water never forgets its path. How hard is it for town planners and estate builders to ensure that these things are properly addressed? Now we're talking about the rainy season and all of us are experiencing it, right? we're experiencing the flooding. Imagine if we had more green areas. Imagine if every estate developer is mandated to have a certain percentage of their estate as green areas rather than pure concrete. So when you have concrete, it actually encourages runoff and encourages erosion and encourages flooding. So let's have more green areas. And there's something Professor said, which is that it also increases the cooling system. One thing about Africa, Nigeria, is that when you're talking about climate change, is that we're going to have increasing temperature. So, for instance, a city like Bonn, right? A city like Bonn has more trees than buildings, actually. And I asked, how did this happen? Was it organic? I was told that they had to actually plant those trees. They had to be intentional. So can we be intentional in our cities like Umuahia, in our cities like Aba, in our cities like Abuja, in our cities like Lagos? I think they've lost me anyway. But I'm simply saying that these are very simple things that are very low cost. And please, we're not contradicting ourselves. It's just basically using what you have to resolve the gross issues that you're dealing with. And for us as a country, we're already rich in natural systems. Can we up on it? And very important, I'm happy that my brother, the DG Nezra is there. Enforceable, it has to be enforced. Yes, Nezra has regulations, but we have to be able to enforce it. The Climate Change Act in section 34 says that if anybody is anybody can bring issues to court, that is when you're doing actions that affect climate change or environmental issues. I am yet to see anybody raise that issue at all, and that's something that we might have to start considering. Can we start using the judicial system to address these climate issues that we're dealing with? So nature-based solutions is important for us as a country, that we are rich in natural systems.
And clear, and thank you for your contribution. But you see, as I was listening to you, I'm thinking that how do we differentiate between genuine climate action from greenwashing? All right, because the concern will be how much carbon can Nigeria realistically remove through nature-based solutions compared to emissions from industry, transport, and oil and gas companies?
So that's a very good question. I love it, which is greenwashing. So one thing that I had pursued while I was the DG NCCC was the need for us to have a policy on climate finance. So that climate finance strategy policy will be very clear as to what exactly would clarify as climate solutions, and we'll be able to tag finance to it. So this will actually help us address greenwashing. Number one. Number two is tracking. So we have forest cover, like Professor has said. But one thing about it is that we're fast losing it because we're not geotagging our trees. So when we start geotagging our trees, we will be able to track and know how many trees are here. I don't mean shrubs, I mean trees. And when you geotag your trees, you'll be able to know which one has gone. So somebody cannot tell you, oh, we have so hectares and we are getting carbon credits for them. You have to be able to track. You have to be able to monitor. You have to be able to verify. And that's why for you to even have a sustainable carbon market in Nigeria, you must have a good monitoring, verification, reporting system, MRV system. Unfortunately, we don't have that yet. And I believe we're working towards that. You must have a carbon rate. Everything that you're doing. I believe that we're on track to do that. In addition to the regulation, we must have a carbon market regulation. Yes, we have the framework, but we must have the carbon market regulation that says who exactly has the right to the carbon and what exactly qualifies as this. That way, madam, we'll be able to address very important concern of greenwashing, because we see that happening in the Western country, but we can't have that in Nigeria. Thank you.
Madwike. But you see, there's a House of Representatives investigation in 2023 which examined expenditures from 2015 onward and reported that about 81.2 billion naira was spent on planting 21 million trees across 11 frontline states. You can fact check that. The question will be now, we're talking about trees again, planting trees again. Yeah. If billions have been spent, why is there still desertification in the northern part of this country? The question is, where did the money go? How do we measure success when we talk about tree planting? Is it about the number of trees we plant or the number of trees that survive after a number of years?
Yes, sir.
To me, right?
Go ahead.
Okay, now, I think that that kind of money spent on tree planting, in terms of assessment, will be assessed on the basis of the number of trees planted. However, it's also important to ask the question, how many survived? And that's where it's important for monitoring and monitoring of such policies, to ensure that once trees are planted, it is monitored. These trees are planted by agencies, government agencies, and so monitoring is key to ensure that these trees survive. And so when you talk about, there's no other way to measure or the use of or the funding than the number of trees planted. But what is key is to ensure that these trees are monitored from when they are planted and nurtured and ensure that they survive. Because this is what is also done in other climes. And it is also valued along that line. Now, it's also difficult to say, we need to know when you are talking about planting of trees, remember, there's a line, the northern part of the country is basically the areas where this kind of investment is going on.
It's actually the Great Green Wall Initiative. That's that's the program.
Exactly.
And that's the amount that was spent within that period. But
exactly.
Are we seeing the impact?
You can't stay here and not see the impact. You must go to the places where this has been done. You will see the impact. If you go to the field, you see the impact.
I was speaking with a senator representing a particular constituency in Jigawa, and he was raising the same question about desertification and drought.
Yes.
So if you say there's impact, why are there still concerns?
This impact you're calculating will not come in one year. The expenditure will not be, you can't use a 1 year expenditure to calculate your impact for desertification that has taken place over the years, and a continuous process of human activity that is continuing to affect the environment. There's no how you use a 1 year budget to address that problem.
Now, Dr. Madwikwe talked about green areas, she talked about tree planting, and I'm asking, who monitors, the erosion of green areas in Abuja where we are? Abuja is perhaps the only plant city, and all these things are stipulated, you have them in the master plan. But in recent times, what you see, even close to NTA here, you see even the center of the road that is just meant to be green because it's wide is now housing a filling station, housing a mall, and all of those. The center of a road just behind NTA here. Yeah. So how much does Nigeria do to ensure that even the one we have is not eroded?
Yeah, it's important to understand that the environment is a space where different agencies play, and we have our mandates. The main responsibility of MNESRA, as the mandate gives, is to enforce government policies on environment, maintain standards, and by virtue of enforcing government policies, programs, and policies on environment, we also enforce government international agreements and protocols and conventions of government. Now, in doing so, there are other agencies in that about beautification. The local government also have roles to play, especially in the urban city of Abuja. When you talk about the beautification areas, FCD has roles to play. There are powers, so no agency runs into the mandate of another agency. When you talk about sanitation belongs to the local government. That's the responsibility of local governments. You see, so every agency have their mandate. For Nigeria, our responsibility is to ensure that environmental standards are maintained. And that's where we do through the regulations on the various, and we ensure that we follow these regulations, because that's where the standards are defined. That's where the environmental standards are defined. If, for example, you're dealing with a regulation on biodiversity, it tells you what biodiversity is and how the quality. You are dealing with noise, for example. It tells you what the decibel of noise should be at different parts of the city. And so, if it's an industrial section, it will certainly be different from the living section. These are standards. So for us, We establish standards, we maintain standards, we follow these standards, and so we enforce them. And even in the construction area, quarrying and all that, we make sure that they follow the rules, the regulations as it states, so that certain things don't happen within that space.
What about building of green areas, for instance, that I talked about?
Yeah, if the building of green areas, we will be concerned with building of green areas, but the city authority who defines the green areas will also be involved in that. We'll also be concerned with building on waterways. We will come in and draw attention to those issues and enforce those issues.
Because it's when government leads the way, then people can follow. If government gives allocation, for instance, because I would like to think like that, if you see people building up green areas, these things don't happen without government approval. Yes. So if government is building up green areas, reclaiming places that shouldn't have buildings, how do the people follow? How are we going to win the climate war in Nigeria?
Yeah, and that's why we are saying that the climate action is something every person needs to be involved, whether government, whether individual, institutions, and it's something that has to go with both education and enlightenment and all that. And all this we do. But it's important that the more we understand it from our different perspectives and from our different mandates and roles we play, the better for the system. And the more synergy we will be able to build in trying to avert the problem. But the truth is actually that we must understand that the various departments of government have specific rules. These rules dovetail into one another. And where the other one stops is where the other one begins. And it is the synergy between these agencies and government departments that will enable us to address some of those issues.
All right, thank you.
Those issues are not addressed by one agency alone.
Thank you very much, DG. Let's return to Professor Okereke. Earlier when you spoke, you talked about funds for, all of this. And, when we talk about finance, I'm just wondering if we're truly serious about the effect of climate change in this country. I did quote figures that was spent in the Great Green Wall project. And there's also a report that Nigeria received around $5 billion in climate finance between 2015 and 2021. Yet, we still have deforestation with us, we still have erosion, we still have flooding. I mean, the issues have remained, or if you like, have even become worse. Professor Okereke, I'm asking you, do you think that the nature-based solutions will be anything different? Do you think that this is the game changer for us? Or if you like, this is the solution we'll be looking for all along?
I'm sad to say that it will not be anything different unless we change our approach. Are we serious? Well, having worked in this space for over 30 years, I think that there is most times, a lot more words than action. I think there's a lot more heat than light. I think there's a lot more policy statements than implementation. You talked about the huge amount of money spent on the Great Green Wall. Let me give you another statistics. In 2017, Nigeria became one of the first countries in the world to raise what we call green bond. In that exercise, 10.69 billion naira was raised, equivalent to about $30 billion US. It was used mostly for planting trees, but also for some renewable energy projects. Research has shown, those who have gone back to where those trees have been planted have shown that many of them have died. They have not survived. Nobody have cared for them. Termites have eaten up a huge number of them. Communities have not been involved in their management, as Nkiri was saying earlier on, that you need community buy-in. Are we serious? I am not always sure. We have some of the best laws. Dr. Madueke has talked about the Climate Change Act, which I basically wrote most of it. And I was expecting that the implementation of the Climate Change Act will transform our approach to climate management and governance in the country. It hasn't, to be honest. Again, a lot of steps, a lot of good policies, but we are lacking effort in implementation. And the point that the other professor in the studio has made is very, very crucial. There needs to be much more governmental integration. Synergy across governmental agencies is required. And that was one of the reasons that we created the National Council for Climate Change, because we thought that this is no longer an environmental issue, that we need someone or some team working together with the presidency to bring about this synergy, so that if NESRA makes standard, then the City Council will be obliged to implement them. And that the City Council can also yield information to NESRA that can help it to change or revise its standard. At the moment, there is still a lot of silo-based work. Ministry of Environment is doing their thing, Ministry of Power is doing their thing, City Council is doing their thing, NESRA is doing its thing. There needs to be more integration and more synergy. I think that without that, we will struggle to solve this problem. One of the things that is very distinctive about climate change, it is that it's both an agricultural problem, it's a flooding problem, it's an energy problem, it's a transportation problem, it's a security problem, and you can go on. Without synergy, without integration, and a solid drive towards implementation, I doubt that we will get a good handle of this problem.
Let me get back to Dr. Nkiruka Madwekwe. I need you to speak, you alluded to it a bit earlier, but I need you to speak a bit more on the link between erosion control, flood control, and nature-based solutions.
Very much. Again, so my hat.
Are we having a problem?
Well, I'm not.
Okay.
Hello?
Go ahead, please. Please go ahead.
Oh, thank you very much. So to your question, the hat I'm currently wearing means that I have to be able to... Oh, dear God. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Oh, thank you.
Please continue.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm saying that the hat I'm wearing currently at the moment means that we are, just to bring in context, Abia State, just because of our soil, we are vulnerable to erosion because of how our soil is. And so with the new map project, the idea is to ensure that we bring both structural, which is civil works, earthworks, structural engineering works, and then nature-based solutions, that's non-structural. And that's the focus of the European Investment Bank phase that we're in, past the World Bank phase that NewMap originally was on. So what we're looking at is how do you use vetiver, which is what was done in the World Bank phase, but more, which will be drilled in more in this phase. How do you use grasses like vetiver? How do you use long, trees to help to structure and bring remediation to the gullies that we're dealing with? And then how do you now get the community? Because that's one thing, I don't know if you remember me hearing say that early on, that community needs to own this process. If the community understands that when we plant those trees, when we plant those grasses, vetiver, when we plant the vetivers, that they will not go and burn them, that they will not go and cut the trees they won't plant it, they won't cut the trees for firewood and all that. Then we'll find out that these things will be able to bring sustainability, because there's the question, addressing the question that was asked, which is the 81.2 billion and other things that were mentioned with the green bond, is sustainability. We found out that because these things are not community owned, and you bring in solutions without asking the community, what exactly how do you want us to solve this problem? When the community tells you how they want you to solve a problem, and they own it from the design stage to the implementation stage, you find out that it will be able to last. There will be sustainability. And those are the challenges we saw in the past phase, that communities are not owning these things. And also for the trees as well. Nigeria is not the only country that has had an issue with having planted trees and seeing that the trees didn't grow back. Indonesia, for instance, Indonesia has, they were looking at the statistics of the mangrove restoration that they had done. They had planted billions or millions of mangrove, and they found that going back again, those trees did not survive. Why? Because they were not they were not community based. They were not. Sometimes you don't even use the trees or the native to those regions, and you're not even asking what exactly this tree that we are planting, is it what the community needs? So how do we move forward? This is the challenge. What is the next step for us? I think for us, the next step is to bring in community. Is called co-creating. We need to stop doing top-bottom approach to bottom-top approach to the climate challenge, meaning that it needs to be co-created. We need to co-create our solutions with the communities that are most affected. One thing that I've seen with the New Map project, it has allowed me to now really understand that apart from working at the policy level, which is at the National Council on Climate Change, I'm now able to work with the communities to now see that indeed climate change is at the state level, is at the local government level. I'm looking at the pictures you're putting of erosions. If you see the massive erosions that we have to deal with, it is mind-blowing. These are things that are affecting livelihoods, communities, cutting off communities from another community. People are losing their homes, people are losing their families. These are real life issues. So it's not a conversation of just paper. These are real life issues. So how do we deal with this real life issue? Co-creation, enforceability. It has to be something that is local knowledge, not imported. And like we have talked about, dealing with the gully erosions, structural and not structural. But please, I will keep on saying this. It has to be co-created solutions. Thank you. And again, forgive me, I wanted to add one more thing. Aggressive education. One of the challenges we've seen is that people don't even understand what we are doing while we are doing it. And I want to bring in a challenge. One of the things we saw in our gullies is that people use it to dump waste, thinking that by dumping your waste in the gullies, you're reducing the gully expansion, not knowing that just putting your waste in the gully, you're actually creating more issues and bringing more erosion fingers and all that. People need to be educated, and that's where the Ministry of Education is very important, and that's where basic education is very important. One of the things we've seen happen in the Western world to tackling climate change is that even the child who is 3 years old is starting to know what climate change is. Can we bring this to our country? Can we bring this to the grassroots? Can we take this down to where it matters? Education cannot be overemphasized. Aggressive education is very, very important. And of course, NTA, media, what you're doing is very fantastic. What you're doing is actually called education. Can we have more of it? One of the things we've seen is that we are speaking a lot of English. We're not speaking Igbo. We're not speaking Hausa. We're not speaking Yoruba. We're not speaking Fulfulde. We're not speaking the different Igala. We're not speaking the languages. Can we bring this down to the language that we understand, even if it's pidgin? So let us stop the English that we are speaking and bring it down to the local language that the people understand. Can we even do infographics, pictures that people understand? That is part of education, and that's where the media is very important. You cannot talk about addressing climate change or nature-based climate solution without the media. And of course, NTA, who can beat the rich, you're actually doing exactly that. So thank you very much.
Dr. Madueke, for your kind words. By the way, I would like our viewers to know they can be part of this conversation. There's a number on the screen. Feel free to send your SMS or WhatsApp messages. Our guest would respond to your concerns. Dr. Madueke, I'd like to stay with you because you say it's a bottom-top approach. And I'm wondering if it's really bottom-top because you want to ask if government is really committed to this drive you know, restoring our lands and stopping climate change somehow. I'm asking that because we see that wetlands are being destroyed for urban development, and who is responsible for that? Government. Isn't government undermining its own climate goals? Is it just about attending COP with all the with all the clouds that we get to, I don't know, I don't know the right words to use, but of course, you've been to COP a number of times, and you see what happens when Nigeria, you know, go for that jamboree, or is it a fun fair? I don't know, because what comes back at the end of the day? So speak to us. Is government truly committed in all of this? Is it just about the communities alone?
I want to
Dr. Maduke, of course, I would love you to respond to that question, in particular. Maybe I'll get to the DG.
Yeah.
Maybe you want to respond to the commitment of government.
Yeah, I want to say that government is committed. Government is committed to...
Well, you heard Victor raise concerns that even in Abuja, that is a planned city, we see green areas being converted to
the opposite.
all sorts, filling stations, supermarkets and all.
The opposite of your argument is also that development will not take place. But what is important is that in the course of developing, that's the essence of the challenge to climate change, is that there must be a strategic planning in such a manner that while you are carrying out development, let's give you an example. Let's assume that you want to develop a gully area. You can get into the place and turn it into, you can do everything you want to do there and turn that gully area into a tourist attraction. So there are other ways to address some of these issues, while at the same time mix it with development. So you pull it together with development. So that's what we are talking about. Otherwise, the alternative you're saying is that development shouldn't even take place because the place is green. Let's assume, so for government wants to carry out a development project, what is important is to strategically look at that area, see how development can take place while also trying to sustain the ecosystem there. And that's what is going on in quite a number of parts of the world, to try to see how the ecosystem is still maintained while development is also going on. To also ensure how the forest cover, the biodiversity is also maintained. You can ensure that, in this place is a forest cover, let's create something that does not allow the monkeys to jump out. They still have their own vegetation around, but maybe it would put a building and ensure that there's a cover and then it becomes a tourist attraction. So a lot of innovative thinking is going around the environment, but we cannot say that development should not take place because everywhere will be green. But we are also saying, I acknowledge the point, you have a point there you're making, that there are areas where people have invaded the green areas. But you also know that some of these areas, like I said, are the responsibilities of different agencies. Sometimes they redefine the environment, they redefine, and the place is dynamic. So they redefine it. If an agency redefines an area of development,
if you say
what's
that,
important is
if you say that it will hinder development if we don't allow government, use wetlands, or if you like, use green areas for all these developmental projects. Yeah. So what is the guarantee that this reforestation and all would not also increase poverty? Because in local communities where people should focus on farming or lands that should be used to farm, at the moment there's even tension at the moment with farmers and headers because of space and green areas and all of that. So what's the guarantee this would not also complicate all of those issues?
No, what we are discussing here, we are giving an example. We are not limiting it to wetlands. You are talking of green areas. Yep. You understand? Now, if you come to a city, green areas will be under a particular agency. You could have an agency called beautification agency. The green area will be under them. What we are saying is that there will be nothing wrong in promoting development in an area which is intended to affect it. But you can define a development that sustains the stability, the environmental stability of that, while introducing something that also still maintains what that place is. I've given you an example to say, look, you find an area where you discover that this area, maybe you are used to birds, there are still a forest area where monkeys are moving around and all that, and we want to convert it to a tourist attraction. So you go in there, put in maybe a hotel or something that can house people, and then people come there, they sit and still see the environment, the nature playing out. You still plant trees around the place, and this is what is missing.
That's not the kind of thing we are even talking about. We are talking about total erosion of the green areas in place of buildings. I'm talking, look, it's close to us. When you live here, you could just take a close FCDA here. Center, you know how you pave the Abuja roads. There's road here, there's road, and there's a wide, space in between the demarcation.
Yes.
That very demarcation is where you have a filling station.
And a supermarket.
You have a supermarket just in the center of the road. So you are not talking about planting trees or you are talking about housing it so that people can still see it. No. This is the kind of thing you see happen in Abuja.
Yes, this kind of things happen. That's not to say that government is not committed to environmental nature-based solutions, and all that. And that's why I'm also saying that while you observe this, it's important that we all, at every level, the various agencies work together to define some of these issues.
So, DG, I would ask you, what's the biggest driver of deforestation in Nigeria today?
The biggest driver of
deforestation.
The deforestation today in Nigeria is not just government, because that's the perspective you're drawing to the table. It's
just a question, sir. I'm not drawing a perspective. I want you to respond and tell me.
The biggest driver of deforestation.
Yes.
Development is also is part of.
And who is responsible for that?
The government, of course, is involved in development at all levels. But we are saying that development itself shouldn't counter the ability to still promote climate action. That's the point we are making.
Yeah, of course, Professor Kereke talked about synergy.
Yes.
He talked about government agencies working in silence.
Yeah, you should.
Now, how much is Nigeria trying to work, to collaborate with other government agencies, and how much of education is in your work? The reason I ask is, if people don't know, they don't know the consequences of what they do. Even government agencies and people who run the government agencies may not have a sense of the consequences of their actions. So how much of education is in your work, such that when you keep talking to people, keep saying it, people see not only the immediate gains of, okay, a building rises here, a business place, we sell the land and all of that, to what happens in a matter of years to come.
Yes, education is part of our mandate. We carry out education at different levels, enlightenment on environment, in schools, on television, on radio. We have programs on radio. The traffic radio in the FCT every Tuesday, we do enlightenment on different aspects of environment. Is it noise pollution? Is it every Tuesdays? And then you go to Radio Nigeria, we have a program on every 1 o'clock every Saturday where we also educate. But it's also key, this education we do, it's important that this education trickle down to the people at the grassroots. Because that's also is key. And that's what Dr. Maduke is talking about. Can we drive it in our languages? We that are in the cities, that we understand these things to a large extent, what of those in the rural areas? Do they understand that these programs that we are doing on radio, we are doing on television and all that? So these are the issues. We have a lot of programs we are doing in terms of enlightenment on those programs, both television and all that we carry on as an agency. But like I said, we must be concerned with the fact that NESRA is basically, our major function is the enforcement of environmental rules, regulations, and to set standards for the environment. This is our basic
Which
space.
means you have to collaborate a lot.
Yes, we collaborate a lot. We define the standards and we work with agencies to ensure that they also maintain the standards. But this is not to say that we must enter every space. Sanitation is not our space, but we must educate and prepare the standard for that space for implementation.
You talk about regulations, and I'm wondering, oil and gas companies.
Except oil and gas. NESRA is not.
Okay, you're not. Okay, that's not your mandate. Okay, maybe I should get to.
Our mandate does not give us the oil and gas space. So these are the issues we are talking about.
Okay, so let's get to Professor Okereke. So I'm thinking, how do we solve all of this? Because, I mean, oil and gas companies, are big corporates and all of this, pollutants and all, and, global warming, of course, you want to point in that direction. Professor Okereke, if you can hear me, should oil and gas companies be required to finance ecosystem restoration in areas where their activities are being carried out? Or should it be voluntary? Or do you think that Nigeria at the moment needs to, maybe put in place stronger regulations and enforce it to the letter?
It should be both. There has to be. In fact, we already have an existing law that requires any company, not just oil and gas, that is employing over 50 people, to have a clear mitigation and adaptation plan. I wrote this into the Climate Change Act myself. In fact, the word I used was 250. They revised it to 50, which is very, very ambitious. But it is not being enforced. Around the world, I also know that there are many oil and gas companies that are voluntarily doing a lot of climate change solutions, nature-based, mangrove restoration, tree planting, watershed management. We have to have both. That's why my organization, the Society for Planet and Prosperity, will be rolling out in collaboration with Natural Eco Capital later this year, the first ranking and rating of all the major oil and gas companies in Nigeria, including Shell, NNPC, Seplat, etc. We will be releasing for the very first time their ranking, how they are performing in climate change mitigation and adaptation, so that the world will see who is doing what, who is performing well and who is not performing well. And I'm glad to announce that the Nigerian Security Exchange Commission is partnering with us on this. And I would like to invite NESRA to join us. I have already sent a letter to NESRA. They haven't responded to me. Sorry to bring it to the air. But this is one example of where we can partner to ensure that we are working, that we are bringing various governmental agencies and departments to bring pressure to bear on the oil and gas company and the oil manufacturers to do something. You asked earlier whether Nigeria is committed. The answer, we shouldn't be over-defensive, to be honest. Results know they lie. Dr. Nkirika said we should speak some Pidgin. Results know they lie. The result shows that 40% of our land today is degraded. The result shows that we are losing 62% of our forest to agriculture, development, mining, etc., illegal logging. The results show that conflict between herders and farmers are increasing. The results show that more communities in Nigeria are suffering flooding. The results show that there are more illegal mining and that there are more problems with our groundwater in Nigeria. Whilst there are so many policies and pronouncements, I think we can agree that there is much more that can be done in terms of committed implementation and committed enforcement. This is not to say that it is easy. All countries struggle with balancing climate action with developmental imperatives, and much, much so for countries in the developing world that has limited capacity, but also including those that depend on oil and gas. We can admit that is a challenge, it's a problem, but we can also, say, come on, guys, we can do better. We can be more committed in doing this. So I think that there is so much room for improvement. Why, of course, I praise the government for a lot of pronouncements. Nigeria was actually a signatory of the Santa Marta Memorandum of Understanding, saying that they want to phase down oil and gas over the next 20 to 40 years. Nigeria has a net zero plan and pronouncement. Nigeria has an ambitious NDC. Nigeria has a very robust climate policy. Nigeria has NESRA with Professor Innocent driving it. There are many, many good things to celebrate about our commitment, but there is also a lot that areas where we can do better. And I'm sorry I have to run to a different meeting, and it's been a pleasure having me. I hope the conversation can continue.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Okereke, for your time with us. We didn't know you are leaving so soon, but we appreciate your contributions to the program, and we wish you all the best in your later engagements. Thank you very much. So we'll pause here for a break, and when we return, the conversation continues. Please don't go away.
Come on! Let's go! Darling natural twists blend with her hair over time.
Yeah, that's perfect.
She's really more beautiful every week. Darling natural twists get better every day, just like you.
Oh, remember how mom used to wake up before everybody to make breakfast, iron our uniform? Let's surprise that woman with something special.
Treasure Mom this 2026 with a trip to Zanzibar in the 3 Crowns Mom of the Year competition. Write a note using each letter in your mom's name and upload with a photo of 5,000 Naira worth of 3 Crowns products on our website or at any of our collection centers. T's and C's apply. 3 Crowns Milk. Healthy moms, happy families.
TerraCube. Unwrap joy. Unleash taste.
Introducing the new Jig Sachet. Whitening your whites has never been more affordable. Now you can keep whites shining brighter and disinfect by killing 99.9% of germs on your floors and other surfaces. Just jig it with Jig Sachet.
Shield your families from germs. When Dettol is a part of every household bucket, then you and your family can stay protected from up to 100 illness-causing germs.
Everyday use of Dettol keeps my loved ones protected.
Out you come. With the shortage of brand new aircraft delivery across the world, Emirates decided to go it alone and refurbish over 200 of our existing planes at our own engineering facility. This makes it the largest retrofit program on the planet. For our customers, it means even greater consistency of a world-class product.
I've got a willingness to contribute positively to the well-being of my fellow citizen. As a Nigerian, I'm a provider, helper, listen to me. I try to listen to you. I'm a born winner and I cherish security. As a Nigerian, I'm a real Nigerian. Born Nigerian, a resilient Nigerian. I live by the citizens' code. I'm a real Nigerian, accountable Nigerian, a caring Nigerian. I live by the citizens' code.
Green, white, green, oh I pledge my dear country. I'm embodied with observance and courtesy. There is nothing in this world above me, if no be God. Pushing against all odds till my goals are attained. Nigerian spirit, Nigerian dream. Nigerian spirit, Nigerian dream. I know if you forget Nigerian promise to me.
I am reliable. Oh, I know I'm responsible for my actions. I am strong, healthy. Can't you see I am blessed? I'm a real Nigerian, born Nigerian, a resilient Nigerian. I live by the citizens' code. I'm a real Nigerian, accountable Nigerian, a caring Nigerian. I live by the citizens' code. I'm a real Nigerian, born Nigerian, a resilient Nigerian. I live by the citizens' code. I'm a real Nigerian, accountable Nigerian, a caring Nigerian. I live by the citizens' code. I'm a real Nigerian, accountable Nigerian, a caring Nigerian. I live by the citizens' code. I'm a real Nigerian, accountable Nigerian, a caring Nigerian. I live by the citizens' code.
Moving Nigeria to greatness.
Brought to you by the National Orientation Agency, NOA.
All right, many thanks for staying with us. It's still Good Morning Nigeria, live on the network service of the NTA. Our guests are still very much with us and, of course, ready to respond to some of the comments that we have. So we'll just go right into it. If you want to still send a message, feel free. The number is on the screen. Send an SMS or a WhatsApp message. All right, so let's take a look at what we have so far. This one says tree planting should be encouraged from primary schools and also discourage deforestation. Estates should be encouraged to plant greens and reduce burning so as not to deplete the ozone layer. Buildings shouldn't be erected on waterways. Distortion of city master plan can cause environmental problems. Thank you very much, Engineer Sahid Tunde Adeyemi, a climate change advocate. Another one says, good morning. The fear of bandits using trees as hideouts or cover for their attacks has caused us to cut these trees indiscriminately. That's another angle to it, insecurity in all of this. All right, great, thank you. Another one says, this is a very good topic because it involves human life in line with good health and economic status. But many of us are ignorant about that. Immature trees are fell, including palm trees. Also, companies should be advised to do their part because they also contribute to climate change. That's why Gerald from Sukebulu in Delta State. I hope I got that right. Is it
Sukebulu, I think.
Sukebulu. All right. Another one says, good morning, NTA. In a way of adapting food security and ecosystem in the trend of climate change, how can rural farmers in northern Nigeria adapt desertification and drought? And how can the southeast and southwest mitigate crop loss from heavy seasonal floods? And what is the position of middle belts of Nigeria? Okay. I hope our guest can make sense of that question. Another one says, okay, construct streets, gutters, drainages, and canals ahead of rainy days, plant trees, forest protection ways, protect oceans with heavy stones at the edges to control its movements. Wetlands should be looked into by landlords, associations, and governments. Farms should be protected by farmers and government. Landlords should be talked to fix their streets independent of government. Well, I mean, just a lot here that you have written. Pastor Ajasha Emmanuel, you're trying to prefer solution to some of the issues that have been raised as regards nature-based solutions for climate change. Thank you very much for your input. We appreciate you. All right, Victor, you have some.
All right, I have some messages here. And this one begins with, good morning, esteemed journalists. Climate change needs our preparations. We must always be prepared. First, our forests must be protected. Second, our farmlands must be protected from flood in order to prevent wasted efforts of our farmers' crops. Third, our streets, government and landlords associations should protect our streets from flood by putting our gutters and drainages in order ahead of rain times. Okay, thank you. No name. This one is from Engineer Sahid Tunde Adeyemi, MNSE. In cases where people are discouraged from felling trees for firewood and cooking gases are very expensive, also hydrocarbon for CNG, there is no way poor masses won't go back to firewood due to poverty. Therefore, government must subsidize cooking gas and CNG. And from Nandom Wiep in Jos, nature-based solutions involve protecting, restoring, and managing ecosystems to address climate change. The work by sequestering carbon, reducing emissions from land degradation, and buffering vulnerable communities against extreme weather like floods and droughts. Now, these strategies provide vital co-benefits for biodiversity and human well-being. The most effective path forward combines shifting to clean energy, protecting natural habitats, and updating the way we build, travel, and eat. To the guests, thank you for your dedication. Have a good morning and God bless Nigeria. Thank you. And finally, this one is from Daniel Obot, PhD, former Director, Disaster Risk Reduction, NEMA. Now, good morning, dear presenters. Wouldn't have been appropriate to invite National Council on Climate Change for this discussion? Okay, wouldn't it have been appropriate? Well, you never know the people we invited and those who didn't come. I have seen in Bali, Indonesia, the application of nature-based solutions for climate change. There is interspersed
immediately because I spoke with someone from this part of the country. In Jigawa State, it is on record that the trees that are felled and charcoal produced are not really for Nigerians. They are for neighboring countries. In some neighboring countries, it is a crime to fell a tree. So what they do is that they depend on charcoal from Nigeria. So it's a big business in that part of the country, and it is causing problems for us. So what can we do? And of course, respond to some of these comments.
I'd like to inform you that Mr. President has, they just gazetted this thing against charcoal importation and wood logging. It's a crime to do that right now.
What's still going on?
It's going to be enforced. It's already, Mr. President has just approved that, and we are going to enforce it as soon as it's gazetted. Well, the government is concerned about that. The government is aware of that development and how far it's affecting the ecosystem. And so something is going to be done about that.
All right, so you want to respond to some of the other comments by our viewers?
Which I remember, the other ones were contributions. And then
yes, basically.
Maybe which other, maybe one on drought. Was there anyone on drought? So, but I think the comments rotate around the fact that nature-based, so we apply nature-based solutions, we can address them at the level of government to ensure that roads have drainages, to also ensure that the drainages are not blocked. And then as individuals or human individuals in our various domains.
I was trying to say that the government is doing a lot with regards to showing its commitment to climate change. The laws, the existing institutions. But where we have the problem is that we forget as a people that governance is a two-way street. So that means we have a role to play. I don't know if I'm audible. We have a role to play in ensuring that government actually does what government says it's going to do. In the Western climes, the reason why environmental issues and climate issues have taken center stage is because it was people-driven, community-driven. Old women in Switzerland went to court to tell the EHCR, that the European Human Rights Court, that there was a need for the Swiss government to do them right by their climate change issues. Young people took the German government to court to say that you need to do better in your climate change. In our country, we can't see that happening. And that's where the disconnect is. Until our people start taking ownership of our story, until we start taking ownership of our narrative, and we start taking ownership of our development, we will keep on waiting and sitting and saying government should do what government should do, forgetting that government is a partnership, is a marriage between the people and the government. And so that's where we'll be able to get it right. And that's where the challenge has been for us so far. Then to your question of $100 billion, my goodness. Well, I would take it, I would put 40 billion in structural and 60 billion in nature-based. Let me explain. Taking my erosion and watershed challenge as an example. Because Nigeria has natural system, we're rich in natural system, it's important that we amp up on that, we push more on that. And so I will not put all the monies in structural because that is just basically shooting myself in the foot. I will not put everything in nature-based either because there has to be a balance, right? If you're talking about gully erosion cannot only be remediated by planting of trees. You also have to do serious deep structural works. You also have to be able to create very big-sized drainages like the ones I have seen and be able to put up the civil earthworks. And so we are going to be able to, we should combine both the earthworks, the civil works, and the nature-based works, which is planting of trees, planting of vetiver. And another thing I think the country should actually consider, and that's something that will really put us where we should be, is being able to have a regulation on the natural capital. Should we do that, I think that will bring our conversations from just being conversations to now reality. I think that is something the National Council on Climate Change should actually actively drive. How can we bring in activate the nature-based solutions that has been provided for in the Climate Change Act
How do we then bring it up as natural capital regulations? I think this will really bring it at the forefront. This will be my contribution. And to say that nature-based solutions, please, is not rocket science, is not complex, is just simple common sense. It means do not build houses on flood paths. Do not build houses on flood lines. Do not take green areas and decide to build shopping complexes. Do not build all your estates and give us concrete jungles. That they must be mandated. We have a town planning law. They must be mandated to ensure that at least a certain percentage, not even if it's 5%, of the estates now being aggressively built in Abuja, that and of course, we are having them now in Umuahia, that a certain percentage is dedicated to green spaces for runoff. And also that people stop stealing the drainage, what do you call them? Again, going back to the people, the role of the people. People stop stealing those drainage things because you find out that roads that were built maybe just 2-3 months ago, now that the rains have come in, we're dealing with flooding because somebody decided that they needed to pick up all those ions. So governance is a two-way street, and being able to address nature-based solutions is something that the people and the government must take seriously. The government still has a long way to go in making sure that this becomes not just a conversation but a reality. For me, a low-hanging fruit is actually operationalizing the section of the Climate Change Act, I think it's section 17, that talks about nature-based climate solutions, and also activating the natural capital regulation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Madekwe. Now, let me get back to the DG. I'm just wondering, as an incentive, are nature-based solutions able to create job opportunities? Are they able to, engage the people? And the reason is, if these incentives are there, it makes it easier for them to, embrace them and get them to work. So what are the opportunities in nature-based?
Working in that community, and they were company, and then we discussed on how this go, and we encourage the company to pay the communities, the community youths and engage them in the planting of the trees. So they are paid, and we are glad that solution helped, because subsequently we have been in touch with that community, and it's helping to provide not just a convivial relationship between them and that business entity, but also providing opportunities for the youth. So it does, refuse does not help climate change. So I think that the greatest thing we need is behavioral change.
All right, many thanks, DG. As we begin to round up the conversation, we have just about a minute left. So I'd like Dr. Madekwe to, let us know her final words. Nigeria has no shortage of climate policies, action plans, environmental initiatives. What more do we need to do to get it right?
Like my brother DG has said, the people. So we as a people must start taking a front line on our narrative. We must start owning our story, like I said before. This is the huge gap that we're experiencing. And we cannot go to the COPs, do the negotiations, and then not bring it down to what it should be. So the people need to start taking an active step in ensuring that government does what government has promised that government will do.
Looks like that's it. But DJ, I'll give you 30 seconds. So speak to Nigerians about the environment.
Well, I think that Nigerians must, Nigeria does not lack policies, as a matter of fact.
Just via Zoom, all the way from London, but had to leave us in the course of the conversation. And yes, Dr. Nkirika Chidi Madekwe, the Special Presidential Envoy on Climate Change and the State Project Coordinator, Abia UMAP EIB. Thank you. And of course, looking forward to seeing you in Abuja soon. COP is around the corner. I'm sure you are preparing your bags already. All right, thank you for being our guest. I'm Ray John. Live locked on the NTA and take care of the environment.
And I'm Victor as well. Enjoy your weekend. Thank God it's Friday.
Commander, what's going on here? Why do you have your things scattered all over the place? Your slippers on my bed? How much would I give you for a night?
Are you mad?
Esther, you know they fully lock your door. Okay! Mother
Now that Victoria friend will get big front and back. So I said, look, they go. I just
the remaining 2 minutes are for me.
What's showing you money? Calm down. You should have thought about that before going to buy a phone that you cannot afford.
I will bite you if I'm not giving me my money. Be likeness. But this is okay.
I like the way you say Vicky. I even like the way you do Vicky. I do it again. Vicky.
Yes, is another way of life for this country.
Are you a tech enthusiast? Perhaps you want to know more about the devices and gadgets you use. Tech Mode will bridge that gap. Connects great minds while extraying everything about technology as it concerns you.
It is Tech Mode.
Tech Mode is unlocking your tomorrow today.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Benue State, also known as the food basket of the nation, is famous for its rich soil and thriving agriculture. This land feeds millions across Nigeria. But beyond cassava lies a growing industry many are beginning to notice, one that is transforming livelihood, pig farming. Pig farming, once overlooked, is now emerging as a powerful engine of economic growth.
The pig has developed certain qualities that are good for easy generation of money, which is the desire of the people. And some of those qualities are the pig is omnivorous, that is, it eats anything. It consumes both food that is meant for human consumption and food that is meant for other livestock consumption. You may be surprised to learn that pigs even eat grass. And so sometimes when you run challenges of feeding your pigs, you can even go and get some grass, some type of grass or herbage, I would say, that is acceptable to the pigs. So that is one of the things that makes the pig acceptable to the people, and see people running it there.
Pig production is a very lucrative business, has a quick turnover, and those who venture into it has never regretted, because they've turned millionaires overnight. And I want to also say Benue State, it's a place where we consume a lot of pork meat.
A single sow can produce up to 10 piglets per liter, sometimes twice a year, making pig farming one of the fastest ways to multiply livestock.
The pig is very viviparous. That is to say, it produces a lot of piglets. That is a young one. And it can farrow, what we say, in human beings we say deliver, but in pigs we say farrow. So a pig can farrow twice. And the number of piglets that it produces will amaze you. Like the breed that we have in Benue State for now can produce as high as 20 or even sometimes 22 piglets at once. And so because of that, many people are going into it. And you can imagine if you have one pig and it's producing twice in a year, you're talking about 44 piglets plus the dam, which is, you're having 44 plus 1, which is 45.
There's a high profitability in pig farming. It's one of the animals that can farrow. That is the process of giving birth more than 10 to 20 at a time. And it gives birth 3 times in a year. So like any other human being, not only in Benue State, is an evolving aspect of agriculture that both the poor, the rich have keyed into it.
Pigs are highly prolific. Indeed, they give quick return. Pigs, if farrows twice a year, if properly managed or well fed, they can farrow 5 times in 2 years. And a pig that gives you 15 to 18 piglets per liter twice a year, let's say 15, you have 15 twice a year, that's 30. And if 30 piglets can be sold, one can be sold 100,000 naira. And if you are able to sell the 15 or the 30, that's a reasonable money.
From farm to market, pig farming supports a growing value chain. Farmers, feed suppliers, transporters, and meat vendors.
The demand is much because I can say maybe I'm just guessing, but maybe I can say maybe they used to keep pig every day more than, I would say up to 100, more than 100. If we go Uruku market, who am I always at Uruku market, at the beginning of the market, on both from main road, I say the market, the length of the market, I saw the butchers ran up. It's only pig.
The level of consumption all over the world too is becoming so alarming. It has 6%. It's the most highest consumed meat all over the world, followed by chicken. Pig has 6%. Chicken has only 4%. So in that kind of lucrative business, that is why you see a lot of people are coming into the business.
Pig is so cherished, particularly amongst the Tiv people of Benue State, that it's used during weddings and burials. So, for many families, pigs provide income for school fees, healthcare, and daily survival.
Pig is a delicacy. You find out that, yes, our people produce cattle, sheep and goat, but they value so much of the pig. And the value in terms of using it as a commercial venture, for socio-cultural practices and all that. And there is high demand.
My first son, finish secondary school to A level, College of Agri, Yando, and my second son is trying to finish next year, university level, and my third son is in university now. He's trying to go 200 level, and I have the one that the secondary school. All of my children that I have, it's only one will be 8 years plus. They're in primary school. The other one, they're in universities. The other ones, they're in secondary school. Only one child, my last child, remained in primary school. From the Pixel.
Everybody in the state consumes pork. If not all, but 80 to 90%. And for a thief man always says they don't know the meat, the particular meat that is the first, but the next meat that is the sweetest, the second sweetest meat is the pork. And in thief culture, you cannot marry without presenting a pig. So the consumption of pork in the state is very high.
For a thief man, if you would ask him which meat is the best, he'll tell you he doesn't know the first, but don't know. That means the next to the best is the pig meat. That's the pork. So it's a very good business, and this is a very catchy area for anyone who want to venture into the business.
I have 3 workers. One is here, 2 are in Abuja, in separate farm. Can you see? Only me. Then if other youth will do the same thing, who will go and look for government work, and the business is over lucrative.
You'll be surprised to learn that Benue State is a net importer of pigs. In as much as we are producing here, we still go out to go and sell. Most times we see our farmers going to Kafanchan to buy their pigs, and some go to Taraba State to buy pigs to bring into the Benue State. This is because production in the state is not adequate to cope with the demand.
This pork pig business is a very nice business. We really gain in it. I've achieved a lot of things. It's from here I went to my school. I got a plot and I built, and I have a lot of families that I'm operating with, and I'm feeding almost my family.
But the journey is not without challenges. Disease outbreaks, poor infrastructure, and limited access to veterinary care threaten progress.
In some other parts of the state too, water. You see, pigs. Usually there was this common saying that pigs are the most dirtiest animal. But pigs are one of the neat animals. Pigs are dirty depending on the system of management. So they too consume good water. If you don't feed them with good water, they will not give you a better result. So water in some areas is a challenge.
When I was closer to my farm at Vandekia, which I mentioned earlier, I set up a farm, and by the time I was trying to relocate to Makurdi, I left the farm in the hands of my manager, who was not as strict as I used to be. And because he used to allow people move in and out, someone brought in a disease, which is generally popularly called African swine fever. Very deadly. I was raising then about 25 piglets. I was growing them to market size, so that I can sell them, make money, and then relocate my family. One day I discovered that they had the stockmen moved out, went and ate pork, came back without disinfecting themselves, went in straight to work. And it wiped out all the stocks that I was fattening. So the aspect of hygiene is very critical in pig farming.
Feed costs are also rising, making it harder for small-scale farmers to maintain profitability.
The cost of production, like I earlier said, is rather high in pig production. This is because the pig competes with humans in the feed that they eat. Even though I digressed and told you that you can even eat other things outside the human feeding materials. Basically, our raw materials for feeds is for the carbohydrate component. We use maize, we can use guinea corn, we can use, I wouldn't mention yams because people will open their eyes, but yams can be part of it. Potatoes, and a huge range of carbohydrate components. In protein, we use soya meal. Even though some people use whole soya, soya meal is when you have extracted the oil out of it, and what is left is soya meal. So we use that for protein as a protein source. Some people will just grind the whole of, toast the whole of the soya and then crush it as part of the protein source. We also use palm kernel cake. In areas where sunflower is cultivated in large quantities, sunflower is part of it. One of the protein sources and the brewer's dried grain, brewer's grain. When they produce soya, beer, as we are doing in Benue, Ziva is being produced. The waste product is a very rich source of protein. In the past, we used to get them free from here. We are looking forward to our governor to permit us to even purchase, that is the farmers, to purchase the soya, the brewer's grains free of charge. Or even if we are free, we could even go and buy. We are prepared, the farmers are prepared to go and buy from Ziva. So as their byproduct, we are ready to buy the protein source from them.
The major challenge in this business is feed. The cost of feeding is usually high, and then where to source raw materials for producing or compounding the feed is somehow a challenge, because those raw materials we use in compounding pig feeds are same raw materials we ourselves consume. So it's like the animals are competing with the human on those raw materials. So the cost of feeding pigs is a challenge to us in the state here.
The challenges, some of them sometimes I actually go far places to chase myself to go and get this thing food. Sometimes I'll be moving to bush, to dustbin, to anywhere direction I will have this food. This food is very costly to get it because the food is in the market to get it, to buy. It's very cost to wait, to buy. But when you carry small money to go and buy, you cannot get it because it's big money. Like me like this, I don't have, my father is not alive, my mother. Person will support me to this business, I couldn't have. Yeah, a great person to support me, I will go far distance of this thing very well.
To address these challenges, training programs and agricultural initiatives are stepping in.
We at the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, we have veterinary doctors, we have trained animal scientists who have offices in all the 23 local governments of this state. And in terms of challenges, when farmers come to us to get information on production, in production areas, our staff are ready. Even here at the ministry, if any of them comes here for such an information, and I find that it is in a particular local government, I refer to that local government where the local government staff that are there can give such services. You talk of biosecurity also as a source of production area to be educated upon. You see, here in the state, most farmers go on, so to say, semi-intensive. What I mean by semi-intensive is that they keep their own pigs. Once in a while, they leave them to go out and then feed naturally and come back. And that is not so good, because you are supposed to keep your pigs in-house. Keep them strictly there so that issues of going out there to bring problems, that is disease and all that, will be really minimized if they are in-house.
We have 3 production systems in pig farming. We have the intensive, which is the modern day system of pig production, and then we have the semi-intensive, and then we have the extensive. The extensive is where pigs are actually let to roam about and feed themselves. So that I wouldn't advise anybody who wants to go into commercial farming, because these pigs are exposed to harsh weather, predators, theft, because they are let to roam on their own. And it's even difficult to control their breeding system, because you may not be able to even get a clear record of the age of the pigs, the parent stocks, and all of that. So if one cannot really go for the intensive, which is a complete housing of its own, that the pigs are kept indoors and they are fed, they are provided shelter from the weather condition, the harsh weather and all of that, and they are given proper treatment, and their breeding is monitored. You can go for the semi-intensive, which is a little bit affordable.
With better knowledge, farmers are increasing productivity and reducing losses.
Even with what we are producing here, we cannot even meet up with the demand in the state. So we need to produce more. There's every need to produce more.
It is one of the livestock that is easily managed, provided you have the fees, and the disease aspect of it is more like biosecurity. Once you take measures that we avoid, these pigs coming down with problems, especially African swine fever, there will be no problem at all.
The future of pig farming in Benue is promising.
We really need assistance from government to expand our farms. Otherwise, we cannot meet the demand of our people. Apart from that, there are some, even the pig farmers themselves are yearning that we should have a factory here that we process pigs, but we don't have the wherewithal to do it. We need a facility that we produce these pigs, and then people can come from outside and buy not just the pigs that we produce, but also from the processing plants.
Benue consumes so much pig, but we are yet to have a dedicated market for that. The Honorable Commissioner is aware of that and is thinking along that line too, and thinking of how to advise government in that area, because we really need to have a designated market for pigs in this state. Apart from the production areas where one can still go and get, at least we should have a market. And in terms of empowering the youth, as I earlier told you, the present government is mindful of that, and we know the value of animal or livestock agriculture, in the aspect of the crop. When the season is not so good, when the climatic and whatever, but in livestock production, once you are able to manage it properly, you get your yields, and the market is always there.
With growing demand for pork and improved farming methods, the industry is poised for expansion. What was once a small-scale activity is now evolving into a structured agribusiness.
For those that don't eat pig, I really wonder why you don't, because there is a kind of flavor you get when you are eating the pig. It comes from deep inside the teeth. You will not know, but I invite all of you to try it and you will see.
In the heart of Nigeria's food basket, pig farming is more than just livestock. It's a pathway to opportunity, resilience, and growth. For the people of Benue State, the future is not just in the soil, but in every pig pen, every piglet, and every promise of a better tomorrow.
Long before the beam of satellites, the variety of streamers, the bustling markets of Idumota, Iweka and Asaba production centers, there was the Nigerian Television Authority, Nigeria's first and finest window to the world. Established by an act in 1977, NTA has informed, educated and entertained millions as Africa's largest TV network and the storyboard of a nation.
Fruit and debts every day, nothing else. How can I respect you?
NTA's landmark productions became a mirror of identity, tradition and resistance, and its stars a household name. These weren't just actors, they were pathfinders. NTA was their stage and their launchpad into history. Language, morals, and a sense of national cohesion were the driving force of our stories.
The king's only worry was the absence of a male heir.
Drama met development, entertainment met empowerment. Today, the spirit of storytelling lives on, with shows like Weekend Deal, Conversations, The Medley Show, Generation XYZ. NTA connects with Nigeria's youth, sharing ideas, culture, and conversation. We capture the voices of the vibrant generations and train the storytellers of the future, crafting the finest indigenous stories with a global outlook, united in the strength of our diversity.
Quick. Every other person behind. See my camera now.
As we build bridges between generations and platforms for the transmission of Nigerian excellence. We are the storytellers, the memory keepers, the torch bearers.
Toby Amazon, look at the clock. I cannot believe it.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Life's ups and downs include the good times and bad times, or successes and failures that everyone experiences. These fluctuations are normal parts of life that help people grow, develop resilience, and gain new experiences. It's African literature on the largest television network in Africa, the NTA. I remain your host, Nena Bassi, thanking you for always keeping our company.
In literary parlance, the term slice of life refers to a storytelling technique that presents a seemingly random sample of a character's life, which often lacks a coherent plot, conflict, or ending. The story may have little plot progress and often has no exposition, conflict, or denouement, but rather has an open ending. A work that focuses on a minute and faithful judgment, and where every small slice of life looks like. God's Will, okay, in his collection of poems titled Slices of Life, compiles his life's experiences spanning over 2 decades.
The collection itself is a work it's a collection that has spanned 2-3 decades. You know, if you take time to go through the collection, the poems, there are those that were written while I was in the university, while I was doing my master's, while I was doing youth service, and current ones. So, but one thing I did live, you know, there are some that may sound revolutionary. That, of course, that will take you back to maybe when we were younger and earlier days in the universities. And there are some philosophical ones, and there are ones that dealt with love, you know. So, and others, you know, a lot, I call it prophetic.
He sheds light on the choice of this title.
First, I think it's pragmatic for me because it's a title that I picked, you know. It's also a bit dramatic, you know. It's metaphoric in its own way, like I've said before, you know. It dealt with different stages of how I observed life, you know, and it dealt with different situations, it dealt with different people, you know. It dealt with, like in a poem that I wrote about something about Lagos, you know, it dealt with the big, the military were in charge then. It dealt with people partying, it dealt with people, in their small huts and all. It dealt with people being punished for offenses they did, you know. So those are the things that determine the title, Slices of Life.
The collection of Oki is not an anthology.
Not as that elaborate to be an anthology, you know. Maybe myself, an anthology about my little self, maybe, but I wouldn't categorize it as that, you know. But it's simply what do you call it? A trend, you know, concerning what the experiences I've had, you know, that informed those poems.
Oki speaks on some of the poems in the collection and the circumstances surrounding their writing.
The very first poem I wrote here, I the Poet, you know, it was deliberate. At this point, I had become more settled, really. And I just felt like, and I discovered that I had this literary aspect of me, which I've always known, but which I didn't bother about. So this poem, for people who may have time to go through, is elaborate. You know, it's trying to magnify the essence of whom a poet is at the end of the day, you know, and the tools at the poet's disposal, which he uses. Then there's a section I called Festering City Scenes. At this point, I was more of a grown man. I've started living my own life as a grown man, and some neighbors and all that I had, and you know, from their own experiences, I drew out some poems like Unfulfilled Promises. You know, when you see a man and a woman and the woman is not satisfied, you know. So I wrote from the point of view of actually some neighbors of mine. Like a verse I wrote here called Unfulfilled Promise said, Ayades, the village belle, the desire of all, who covers the thought of men, rich, strong, tall, ensnared by lies, smooth promises, dribble to fall. You know, it's something that I witnessed, and I felt, okay, let me put it together, because what she expected is no longer what she saw. In the workplace, you know, from youth service and all, there's a poem I called Compromised. You know, that's when corruption was not really even corruption as it is. So Compromise spoke about a man who wasn't recognized and all, but he was forced to compromise.
The choice of poetry as a medium to catalogue his life's experiences is explained.
Of course, I was young, and you know, the fervor of nationalism was burning in us then, you know, so, and I guess I had the poetic instinct, much more, you know, impulsive then than now, you know, so that's what informed them. And I guess it was the best way to portray society.
His poems are written in languages suitable for each situation and stream of thoughts.
The language varies. They are written to, but I guess at the most, some may find some words. Do I call it self-adulation? And then in some instances, you even have aspects of pidgin woven into the language. Like about the madman's chant, the language is not coordinated, because I felt maybe that's how a mad person will talk, you know, about. In the tragic scenes, the language itself is a bit redolent, it's emotional, you know. I think for this collection, every one single poem, you know, I try to use a suitable form of language, you know. But of course, I have my own personal style, which supersedes every other thing. My language, my approach to expressing literature situations as I see them, you know, I think it's also embedded here hugely.
Literary devices like metaphors, innuendos, personifications, and more were deployed in writing the poems.
Even Sainedoki, they are all embedded here. Like you said, metaphor is embedded here. Innuendos are expressed here. The narrative is implied here. And also the serious form of language, you know. So, and of course, there's really no poem that the poet or the writer doesn't wittingly or unwittingly, consciously or unconsciously use these literary devices, you know, to suit the purpose.
The collection will mostly be appreciated by individuals in the higher institutions of learning.
People who may appreciate this work fully will be poets, literary persons, and of course I want to believe people in the university and higher institutions, you know. There are those who will fully appreciate the poems as it is.
Oki expresses his concerns on the unpopular state of poetry among other genres.
Poetry, unfortunately, is an orphan among literary styles, especially now. At the University of Calabar, I did a course in literary studies. I think they've changed the name to English and literary studies, literary whatever. But it was romanticism and realism. When we studied lots of Steele, Wordsworth, all these beautiful poets, you know. We even looked at Pilgrim's Progress, Charles Bunyan, and all, and we looked at Wole Soyinka's poems and others. For us, it was a big deal then. And of course, there was no social media, so our attention was limited to the media available. And for us, it was mainly the book. But now, there's an expansion of literary modes, including movies, Netflix, social media, TV. I think the TV is even dying now because the younger ones don't care about TV. You know, everybody's attention is on this other, and it's mainly for academic purposes. And there's really not been much to pull it out from the magician's hat and give it either a parachute for the world, for our Nigerian world to recognize and leave them on the street. Maybe somebody will see things fall apart and pick up, or see Death and the King Southman and pick up. But I look at this, maybe the picture, maybe the design, they'll say, who is Godswill Oki? Well, okay, slices of life, waiting it be, they'll open it and put it back, you know. So that is where poetry is, even for the best writers.
In describing himself, Godswill Oki uses these words.
I'll describe myself as somebody who finds expression in poetry. There are renowned poets. There are those who go out of their way to express themselves in poetry, the Charles Okibos, you know. So I wouldn't describe myself as that, except that for a time, in the traction of my life, I was able to put together, even as recent as maybe 10 years ago.
He wraps up the session by reciting one of the poems in the collection.
The poem is Let, you know, with ellipses. Pens, scalpel-like, machetes held to cut. The offense, a papyral coffin, scribbled muse. Pathological stoop, hunched poses, quizzical looks, the literary cadaver must be cut to fit. The techniques are loose, yet subliminal in creativity. The language, the mind's eye should see. Why not let the ears hear? A plea for the oxymoron. But it's an ox and a moron. Chunky, I say, that word is, put the slash with the sword. Words? What's words? Too much innuendo. A little more euphemism. Climatically anticlimactic. The simile, a source drained, and metaphors just no use. Too hyperbolic, make it real. Why exaggerate? Why that irony? Too romantic, just iron it. Be realistic, make it Renaissance. Why Elizabethan? Why not modern? And style? Style minimalist, minimize opportunity. Why not? Let's not. A refrain, so refrain or be framed. So let us, no, let the poem be.
Do you want to convey thoroughness and intensity, making description more impactful and still maintaining stylistic flair? Then pay attention to the next segment and have it done.
Merism is a rhetorical device where a whole is expressed by listing two or more of its contrasting or constituent parts. By naming extremes or key components, merism suggests totality and completeness, creating a more emphatic and vivid description. Common examples include lock, stock, and barrel, which means everything, or high and low, which also means everywhere. Merism uses parts to represent the whole. It identifies a few parts of a whole to imply the entirety. A lot of merisms are formed by using two contrasting extremes to cover all possibilities in between. For instance, in the Bible, heavens and earth represents the entire universe, and when you come in and when you go out represents all of a person's activities. The literary device merism has its origin in the Greek word merismos, meaning dividing or partitioning. It refers to the rhetorical practice of representing a whole by listing some of its contrasting or constituent parts. The term entered the English language in the 1890s, though its use is much older. Found in ancient texts like the Bible, for example, heavens and the earth. The word from the verb importance of merism in literature, or totality by naming extremes or parts of something, which in turn provides emphasis, vivid imaginary, and enhanced expression. It is used to convey thoroughness and intensity, making descriptions more impactful and engaging, while often adding stylistic flair, convey completeness or totality by mentioning opposing parts or extremes. This literary device emphasizes the whole by providing just a few key
testament to dedication, versatility, and an enduring love for knowledge. He is married to Ambassador Patience Okiyi, and their union is blessed with children. Dr. Okiyi is a man of words, wisdom, and an unwavering commitment to the growth of African scholarship.
Up next is a dose of the African wise saying for this episode. And on that note, I'll plead you remain committed to keeping peace and unity in the continent. Till same time next week. Bye.
Any question?
With time, we face time. Then we now put Rodo in his mouth.
Get me amala with plenty meat, the way I like it. Assorted though.
Entertainment holds a very, very big key to unlocking the potential for Africa from the economic point of view, from the reputation point of view, as one of the platforms and the tools that we have to really show the world how we want them to see and engage with our country and our continent. Our stories have always been cultivated locally and internationally, from the times of Fela Kuti, King Sunny Ade, Oliver De Coke, Orlando Owo, and whatever you, to today, in the days of Olamide and Wizkid and Thames and Burna Boy, the African story is powerful. African creativity is potent, and we continue to demonstrate that with how we utilize it locally and internationally. What we are seeing right now is that today's technology allows us to benefit more from the exploiting of that creativity, whether it's through YouTube or through Spotify or through Twitter and Facebook and Instagram. I look forward to a time where we will not only participate as passengers, as minority participants in global entertainment, but where we will be mainstream, where we get to a point where we are mainstream, at the Oscars, at the Grammys, at all of that, but where we also own channels and platforms that are as mainstream, as global as what we have today. It benefits the continent commercially, it benefits us reputationally, and to be able to just encourage practitioners, policymakers, stakeholders, investors to continue to do the work to make African entertainment global.
This is the network service of the NTA.
First, it was Adekunle Gold, who somewhat aired. Now she vibes relatively unprovoked, has shifted his rage to Zanku Worldwide President Zlatan Ibile, who basically called for a ceasefire and also called for peace and love.
But the question many fans and faves are asking is, what could be wrong with Sheyi Vibes? Because while some see his outburst as a regular celebrity feud, others view it as a midlife crisis stemming from mental breakdown.
Absolutely, and fair enough. I feel like there's a bit of, Kolo mental, if I may, because Twitter has been acting off.
He's giving us yaba left to
I'm
right.
not even... You said it's not me, but I like to agree with it. But just in case you don't know, this is Click Like, where we serve you nothing but absolutely pure fun and undiluted entertainment right here on the network service of the NTA.
I am Enyojo Abu.
And I am Daniel Adiri. So without further ado, let's get this show on the road.
So next up is E-News.
If you jam woman will love you, that is invested in you, God have mercy. She can take you no go even take bullets. You go knock down the person who won't fire you.
Popular Nollywood actor Yul Edochie has sparked reactions on social media following comments about cheating and relationships. In a recent appearance on the Honey Bunch podcast, the actor said there is nothing like forgiveness when it comes to infidelity, adding that any man who forgives a cheating partner is weak. Edochie also advised men to set clear boundaries in relationships and avoid becoming emotionally dependent on women. According to him, men should seek partners who genuinely love them, stressing that women do not admire weakness in relationships.
It's a normal not for all women. Many women, the moment they begin to cheat, they don't check out. So there's nothing like, I forgive you, forgive waiting. You're a weak man.
Nigerian media personality and content creator Amarachi Amusi, popularly known as Ashmusi, has revealed why she decided to freeze her eggs. Speaking during a recent podcast interview, the 30-year-old said the decision has given her peace of mind and removed the pressure of rushing into marriage because of age and societal expectations. Ashmusi explained that she once considered marrying someone she knew was not the right partner because she feared not having children before the age of 35. However, she said freezing her eggs has allowed her to focus on finding the right partner instead of rushing into marriage. The content creator added that the process had assured her of possibility of becoming a mother in the future.
And this is like same with so many other women. So, but I do not have to go through this again when I know that my eggs are frozen somewhere and safe. And in the next 3, 4, 5 or 10 years, I can go and inseminate and have my mixed kid because I want to have mixed kids.
Very quickly, I know we talked off camera about this, the Yule Duce podcast. And I know you had a lot to say, but really, just how exactly do you want to react?
I told you something. I said there's more men supporting me, his ex-wife, now, as opposed to supporting you, Ledoche. You know why?
Why?
Because let us even assume that polygamy is a thing, as it is a thing in Africa, especially Nigeria, okay? How do you come out? You cannot tell the other lady, say, please, what do you respect that? You know, I have a wife before you.
True.
From the floor of the newsroom to academic heights, a true media titan was honored. And after 40 years of defining excellence, veteran broadcaster Dr. Imoni Mark Amarere is hanging up his microphone. But as he tells it, he is only just getting started. Vivian Ezejefe was there for Click Lights.
Colleagues, friends, professional colleagues, and family members recently gathered to celebrate the illustrious career of Dr. Imoni Mark Amarere. Marking his official pullout from active service, the event honored a legacy built on decades of integrity, professional brilliance, and unwavering commitment to the craft. Many described Dr. Amarere as someone who is proving that retirement is merely a transition.
He was also disposed to inviting me now and again. But each time he invited me, I always reminded him that, Mark, your questions are always very penetrating. They are not the regular questions you hear from the average presenter. Yours are highfalutin, highbrow, sophisticated, such that I will say each time I appear before him, I was not, maybe some few others, I mean, just lecture them.
Me about Mark was his very, very resourceful disposition. He was so supportive. A lot of what we did in sports had to do with covering events at Obe Stadium and other venues. And Mark will do the needful by doing what we call background.
That remains sharper than ever. From his early days at the NTA to his leadership at Dar Communications, Amarere served as an award
media person. Our career has longevity, so he may just be pulling out, but he's not tired. so I just want to wish him well, and also say that whatever I know he will be active, so it's not as if he's doing something else or the next chapter, because the chapter continues.
Accomplished journalist. He's a broadcaster par excellence. I've known him for years, like 3 decades, counting. One thing about Mark, he does whatever he's doing with gravitas. Doesn't joke with his job. Yeah, and he remembers his people. He remembers where he's coming from. So Mark is a people man. That's why we're happy for him that now he's got a PhD in governance and leadership. So it means he has now the opportunity to contribute even more meaningfully to the advancement of our society.
Honest, diligent, and committed to the upliftment of the Nigerian society, a service he rendered through so many years in the media. So he will continue to be remembered. I can't describe him in the past, he's still alive, as someone who is patriotic and dedicated and has a vision for a Nigeria of our dreams, the dreams of the young men and women, for a prosperous, industrialized Nigeria based on merit.
Taking care of his plants, planting more fruits and vegetables in the house and his farm, and he's taking care of his dogs now. He's really invested in his dogs, always taking care of them, always shouting at us to feed his dogs. And we're not used to seeing him around. Now that he's around more, he's more involved in household activities, telling us what is right and wrong and all.
As he steps away from the daily grind, his influence remains anchored in the generations of journalists he trained. Dr. Amarere has made it clear that his story is far from finished. He intends to dedicate his next chapter to the continued growth and development of Nigeria.
I'm retired but not tired. I'm available every time and anytime. The media profession, you don't retire from it until your final call by the Lord. You are always there, and I hope to remain active till my last days.
Dr. Amarere's career reminds many that while microphones may be set aside, a true Titan's voice never goes silent. He leaves behind a standard of excellence, yet he steps forward with the hunger of a student, proving that for a life well lived, the most important chapters are often those yet to be written.
The Nigerian music scene has witnessed the rise and fall of many in the past. And while some remain relevant, there are others who aim to be just as relevant. So I had a chat with one of such artists from Jos who aims to be just as relevant and is rapping his way into the charts.
Wagwan gang, I go by the name J Trappin' T, hailing all the way from Jos City. You get me? Straight up. Let's
to make us one. He ain't done. We'll wait until he comes. Holy Son, he came to make us one. He ain't done. We'll wait until he comes.
Give my priest to the mighty one. From day one, he's always been number one. Since from time that he made this son, if that wasn't enough, that his only son.
I did discover I could sing. That was not before I went into music, though. What was the strength? No, I did discover I could sing, but that was after I entered the music. Because I didn't know. Because most times I just hear a beat and then next thing, boom, rap. Like, hey, Jesse, how far? Do small, vocals for us now. Nah, straight up. Someone, I think it was one of my cousin. My cousin said that sometimes I need to reduce on my lyrics sometimes because of, not everybody really likes things to be really technical like that. And me, I love to be technical, like really dissect, like, but, I guess that is it. Well, for me, my mom still don't tell me, see, there's no such thing as making it too late. Like, no matter, there's time. As long as the sun rises, there's time for everything. So, what you're doing, keep at it. That's just me. So, I guess my biggest fear is not making it, because that is to show that you stopped, you gave up. Nah, that's not me. So, best, I don't mind if I make it late. I mean, that means during that period of me grinding, I would have gained a lot of experience, met a lot of people. Yeah, a lot of exposure. So by the time I'm there, fire, back to back. Number one, my mom see that woman. Yeah, when they use that woman play with. Then my sisters, my friends, my sisters. I mean, I don't use them play. Anybody want to try them, I'm gonna forget to, I'll go fight to. my friends, my bros, my people online. I'm grateful for all of them, for real. Like, they keep me going, you know. People making comments that keep going, keep keeping it real, you know. That's what I do. Like, those little encouragement here and there. I'll be like, Jess, you supposed don't blow by now. Yes, I'm supposed don't blow by now. But then they are refusing to listen. But then, you know, we'll get there. The Nigerian music scene, I would say, is losing its. Yes, there are a lot of talented people coming up now, especially with the new artists these days. Especially in the like trap world now, we have people like Tensky that has brought a new kind of hip hop, and everybody wants to like delve into that kind of thing, and it's really a new motion, you know. And now I feel like they should focus more on the underground artists. I think that's what they should really focus on. The African music scene, right? They should focus on the underground, because that's where we at. That's where we be, like, you know, steady on the grind.
He ain't done, we waiting till he comes. Finally I'm taking action, gotta keep it clean, purification. I do this with passion, ain't here to follow no trend or fashion. What shall I profit the man if he gives the whole world and lose the composure?
After the debut of the first installment, fingers stayed crossed for the sequel. And now, film producer Uche Montana has delivered the sequel of her hit movie Monica. So, we brought back Lesson to do a review of the sequel, which has so far racked up over 20 million views on YouTube.
Monica, would you want to move to Canada?
Sequel review of the movie Monica by Uche Montana. I would say the movie exceeded my expectations, because in that first scene, we were like expecting a continuation from that part where her madam tells her, okay, you're going to Canada, so we're expecting, okay, maybe Monica is packing her bag. But then we just saw the scene. Monica gets up and she realizes that it's all a dream, and then she's walking on the road, she's confused, she goes to a pool, like, you know, a pool of muddy water on the road, and she's just thinking about her life. So we're just like, as a viewer, you just be like, what's happening, what's going on? Like, I hope this girl actually gets her happy ending.
I don't know. Why your face be like that? You know, see this popcorn, because I don't get strength to cook. Normally, you know, I like food, but I don't get strength. Now, why I buy this one, no reason I will belly first. I won't go fashion. But you're already good now. I can be better.
That statement, blood is thicker than water, I still think it's true, but it's not in every case we can apply it to, because Monica's case was really quite different. From that, we can see that, like, everybody in her life, like her siblings and her mom, all of them were selfish. And we can also see her father too. He enabled some things which were not supposed to take place. Then back to her friend, we all need a friend, like, in need. Even in bad times, you know, there's a saying that, like, in bad times, you know who is really your friend. And I think Monica's friend, she outdid herself. She went through with it. She went through with Monica, even in terms like where people were mocking her.
Yeah, I won't carry money now. For this big sickness where your papa goes, this is a big person sickness. We are won't carry money. See, Papa. Papa need a British. He carry woman, join itself. Chika and Pascal say not be good time for them. Say they go through one thing or the other. What did make her do, Monica?
Actually, there are two parts that were shocking for me. It's the one where Monica, she woke up from the dream realizing that she's not going to Canada and she's still in the same place, she's still in that same shop. Then the other shocking part was where Bobo, like, they were discussing how to bury their father, and Bobo, he slapped her, and Monica, she finally stood up for herself.
Monica, now what? You don't care? How you go bury your papa? You go bury your papa whether you like him or not? I will not. Do you hear me? I said I will not. You go bury him. I will not. You go bury him. Whether you like him or not. I will not. Your papa did that much. You go bury him.
The person's performance I love the most, I'll give it to Mama Monica. I think her performance was so good. It was like so wonderful, honestly. Even to the extent that social media, like on TikTok, you see like a sticker of this person, Patience Ozokwo. Patience Ozokwo, she's like the queen of villains, queen of like, these evil Nollywood mothers. So they were like showing this sticker of Patience Ozokwo putting a crown on Mama Monica's head. So yes, I'll say Mama Monica.
Say your mama. Now family I carry for head now, ever since. No contribution anyway. Na me be pepper, na me be salt. Na so far day oh. Na so far day.
I love the fact that in that movie, Monica, she went back to fashion school. In that movie, through her hard work, she designed that beautiful dress, traditional dress that was like telling a story. She won a scholarship, she went abroad. Obviously, she furthered her education. She set up a fashion school, like to help people, we could see people working there in that fashion school. Then we saw Monica in the movie. She met the love of her life, I guess, like the man who really loved her, respected her, which also shows us that like age is really just a number. There's always going to be opportunities. No matter how much it seems there are no opportunities, there's always going to be opportunities.
Clear road for Adao. Clear road for Adao. Clear road for Adao. Pounds and dollars,
Okay, so you've seen Monica too, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, so I know we were here. I think here. I'm not sure what.
We were on this patch, this
literally.
particular patch.
And I remember we were talking about, Uche Montana reaching out to us, like, for writing. Mm-hmm. And I think one of the things you said came through. So you were like, maybe something evil happens to the brother. Mm-hmm. I think you mentioned that. Well, I won't say any. Well, she left him. Talking about the wife. Mm-hmm. And then the mom had arthritis. The dad unfortunately died, mm-hmm. and her husband lost her husband. She had to get deported. So yeah, I think if maybe she had contacted, or yes. you never know. Yes. You never really know. But for real though, on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate the movie so far? Because it's been stacking up real big numbers.
I think I'll rate that movie 8.5.
Okay, solid 8.5.
Solid 8.5.
For me, I'll probably give it like a 9. And the reason because I'm giving it a 9 is because it was very revealing and. Okay, guys, yeah, that's it. That's what we do. This is us in Click Like. We like to have fun, right? Yeah. Fun is our second name. So it's been a scintillating time on the show, and I'm really sincerely Dan Ladiri, urging you to stay safe, stay humble, but more importantly, love someone. So until next time, I'm Dana Ladiri.
I am Enyo Jabu.
Until then, salute.
Who got time for contest? Who they follow you fight? But why come a shit? He doesn't mean me. Greater than he doesn't you. I stand no going trophy. He shock them with him, Baba God. What's up? Jaku, want me see shop. Oh, they want me see shop. What's up? Don't follow me talk if you know past 9 figures. Oh yeah, they my head, na bama and butter joint in my bread. Oro master me breakfast in bed. Now you the single, why you turn the vex?
This is the network service of the NTA.
Pilot phase of Tet Fund RHI ICT Experience Center goes online. Ekiti State University, Ado-Ekiti, the first beneficiary. Residents of River State beam with smile as RHI Food Outreach Program lands in Port Harcourt. These and many more on today's episode of the New Hope Initiative Half Hour. My name is Adeni Taiwo. Thanks for joining us. In another drive to inspire creativity and foster technological advancement among Nigerian youths by expanding access to digital tools, Nigeria's First Lady Oluremi Tinubu has inaugurated the pilot phase of Tet Fund RHI ICT Experience Center at Ekiti State University, Ado-Ekiti. This was during our first official visit to the state. The inauguration ceremony, which kicked off our first official visit to Ekiti State, marked the beginning of the first phase of the intervention across the 6 geopolitical zones. The next phase of the project targets 15 other tertiary institutions. She followed up the inauguration with the announcement of prize awards for best male and female graduating students in the institution.
So we'll be doing a sum of 200 million. A male graduating student and the best female. So we'll do that. It will be under Renewed Hope Initiative.
The First Lady also met with Ekiti State Traditional Rulers Council, where she reassured them of federal government's commitment to fighting insecurity, leveraging collaboration with other nations.
We can't give up on Nigeria. Nigeria is too great for us to be intimidated. Challenges will come, but they are surmountable.
While conveying the gratitude of the traditional institution to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for his special interest in Ekiti State, Chairman of the Council, the Ogoga of Ikere-Ekiti, Oba Samuel Adu Alagbado, identified the need to scale up efforts on security and called on the federal government, particularly the National Assembly, to fast-track laws establishing state police in the country.
If it can be that this the law that we established.
And still in Ekiti, Nigeria's First Lady Oluremi Tinubu empowers 2,000 women petty traders with 50,000 naira business support grant. She made the announcement when she joined the women wing of the All Progressives Congress for a mega rally in the state. She delivered the good news to her audience in Yoruba language.
Nítorí pé ẹ wá wípé ẹ̀jẹ̀ dìde látàárọ̀, mo ti ní kí First Lady kó bá mi ṣe empowerment for 2,000 women. Fún 50,000 kì í ṣe lónìí o, kẹfì kóró owó ni. Ìgbà yín náà a máa gbèrò sí mi.
Welcome back. Let's now take you to Katsina State, where RHI is writing a new story on menstrual hygiene.
To stay focused on your studies and reach for excellence. To our teachers, parents, and community leaders, let us continue to create safe, supportive environments where girls can speak freely and thrive fully.
Today, it is the turn of Katsina State. In today's modern world, no girl should have to leave school because of her inability to afford sanitary products. It is unacceptable that our girls still continue to face insignificant challenges during their menstrual cycle, especially those in rural communities who miss school days every month because they cannot afford sanitary pads. Some who attend resort to using unsafe and unhygienic alternatives, while others stay at home altogether, falling behind in their studies, and in some cases, eventually drop out of school. This trend must end, and this intervention under the education framework of the Renewed Hope Initiative is aimed at doing just that. We will be distributing 1 year's supply of disposable sanitary pads to 370,000 school girls in rural communities across the
400 women and youth groups in Sokoto State have embraced modern farming, courtesy of Renewed Hope Initiative under its agricultural program. Let's take a look.
At the graduation ceremony led by a wife of Sokoto State Governor Fatima Ahmed Aliyu, trainees received complimentary starter packs to reinvigorate their penchant for the skills acquired. The beneficiaries are trained under 4 categories: women farmers, home gardening, and young farmers club. They all received requisite and commensurate support to start up their chosen form of agriculture. They received training on fish farming, rice, poultry, vegetables, livestock, millet, and maize farming. Part of the objectives of the training is to improve food security by empowering women to produce nutritious food for themselves and their children, thereby fighting malnutrition in all forms. It also aimed at instilling agricultural values in the minds of younger generation as a means of sustenance rather than waiting to be employed. Wife of Sokoto State Governor Fatima Ahmed Aliyu, who urged the trainees to apply the skills acquired appropriately for the intended purpose, says their commitment to acquiring new skills and knowledge in agriculture signifies their determination to improve their life and contribute to the development of the state.
Agriculture plays a vital role in this initiative as a significant portion of our population is engaged in one form of agricultural activity or another. I'm proud to see the state government under the leadership of my husband, His Excellency, aligning with this national agenda and investing in the potential of our women and youth. I would like to extend my congratulations to our 400 women and youth graduates for being part of this momentous occasion. Having been trained in various aspects of agriculture, including poultry, fishery, dry season farming, livestock farming, and with this initiative, I wish to express my profound gratitude to Her Excellency, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, the First Lady of the nation, for her unwavering commitment and support in coordinating offices nationwide. Her dedication to empowering women and youth is truly inspiring, and we are grateful for her leadership.
Your Excellency, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu CON, here very ably represented by our amiable member of the Governing Council of RHI and the former Minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Honorable Betta Edu. We cannot overemphasize the impact that our First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, our mother, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, is making across the country. Actually, in fact, I feel proud to be a Nigerian woman. And I think so, she is just an actor or something. Because the impact, why it is really great is that it's a one-on-one thing. They'd cut off the intermediary process, and the people receive whatever they're receiving directly. So what they're getting doesn't slim down in the process. So we want to thank her, or we want to say she is a great mother. Like they say, a mother like none.
Today, we're here because of the compassionate heart of Her Excellency, Senator Oluremi Tinubu. Her love for humanity, her love for the vulnerables, her love to empower women, and not just women, Nigerians as a whole. We won't come through with the speech right now. We will do that at the formal event, but I want to give her special love to the people of Rivers State.
On behalf of the Rivers State Civil Service, to identify with this laudable and people-oriented initiative of the Renewed Hope Initiative, Rivers State. Today's program is not only a demonstration of generosity, but also a strong reflection of compassionate leadership and responsive governance. The donation of food items to vulnerable groups in our society speaks directly to the values of empathy, inclusion, and shared responsibility, which are essential for building a peaceful and progressive society. I wish to specially commend the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON, for the vision behind the Renewed Hope Initiative and for consistently championing programs that uplift families and support the less privileged across the nation. Her commitment to improving the welfare of Nigerians, especially women, children, the elderly, and vulnerable persons, remain truly commendable.
I am honored to join you today for the Renewed Hope Initiative Social Investment Program, specifically this important food outreach scheme aimed at supporting vulnerable groups across Rivers State. This initiative speaks directly to the core of governance and shared humanity, ensuring that no one is left behind. By addressing immediate needs such as food support, we are not only providing relief, but also restoring dignity and hope to many families. Today's outreach is a reminder that social investment is not charity, it is a responsibility. It is a commitment to equity, inclusion, and opportunity for all, especially the most vulnerable amongst us, because God had created all of us as humans. I sincerely appreciate the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON, for originating the Renewed Hope Initiative. We cannot thank the First Lady enough, because it is amazing when people dream and carry out their dreams to impact and change the lives of the less privileged. We thank you, Your Excellency, our mother.
I'm honored to represent Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the National Chairman of the Renewed Hope Initiative at the Renewed Hope Initiative Food Outreach Program in Rivers State today. Usually, the wife of the Vice President, Her Excellency Haja Nana Kashim Shettima, represents the First Lady at these food outreach programs across the country. However, she's unavoidably absent today. Her Excellency Mrs. Shettima will continue to represent the First Lady at subsequent food outreach events when available. This is the First Lady's remarks. I'm pleased to be in Rivers State for the formal presentation of food items to Her Excellency Lady Valerie Fubara, the First Lady of Rivers State and the Renewed Hope Initiative Coordinator for onward distribution to the beneficiaries. The food outreach scheme under the Renewed Hope Initiative Social Investment Scope was launched in March 2024 to provide food items to persons with disability and other vulnerable groups in order to support their families, and their upkeep. This act of kindness has been made possible through generous support of 2 donors who have committed to supplying 2 truckloads of food items to the Renewed Hope Initiative every month. From these supplies, the Renewed Hope Initiative supports at least 2 states monthly. In conclusion, I thank and I commend the First Lady of Rivers State, Her Excellency, the very beautiful, quintessential Lady Valerie Fubara, for her commitment to the success of all the Renewed Hope Initiative programs in Rivers State. We indeed appreciate you.
That's the size of the program this week. Join us for another episode. Till then, stay hopeful, be inspired, and be empowered.
In the early 2000s, where the administration then put in a policy that compelled local broadcasters to do more of local music on radio stations and TV stations than international music. Prior to then, at different outlets, individuals were mostly listening to international content. But that was a defining moment in the history of Afrobeats in Nigeria, because from then on, we started to consume a lot more Nigerian music content, and the story today speaks for itself.
Africa is not the next frontier. It is the frontier. We have to work together, the content creators, the government, policymakers, the private sector. We have to collaborate closely to ensure that we are able to take our souls to the world. We can only make the digital space better. It is imperative that we do to export our games, our music, our videos, our digital platforms are available that you can actually monetize your content using. So the content creators need to understand, they need to go and learn how to use these platforms properly, how to monetize, how to distribute, target audience. There's so much stuff they can learn so that the migration will be easier when the time comes.
The mosaic of time in the kaleidoscope of life. So piece together your time wisely.
Money, one of the oldest inventions of human civilization, has taken many forms in Nigeria. From the early days of trade by barter, to the introduction of cowries, coins, and naira notes, our understanding of value has constantly evolved. Today, as technology reshapes every sector, Nigeria is making another bold transition from cash to code, from physical money to digital value. This is the story of how we got here and whether everyone is keeping up.
In the 80s, in the 70s, you talk about transactionary mode, that is the payment instruments such as check, promissory note, and the rest of them. If you bring it down to 1980s era, you see situations where there are checks transaction, people go to the bank to fill tellers up to 1990s, early 2000. But in the past 20 years, a lot has changed in the transactional system in the country, especially the monetary sector. You now have the advent of digital economy, the advent of internet facilitated a lot of this to happen. People can now sit in the comfort of their house or of their office. They can, make transfer for transactions. People are on the way traveling. They can make transfer for transactions. You don't have to fill check except where it is necessary. You don't have to queue up in the bank, except some people that are still analog in nature.
The journey began centuries ago, when trade by barter ruled local markets. The introduction of cowries and colonial coins standardized trade. Then came the naira, symbolizing national pride and modern commerce. But the 21st century ushered in a new era: ATMs, online banking, mobile apps, and fintech platforms transformed how Nigerians save, send, and spend money. From cash in hand to a few taps on a screen, the definition of money has changed forever.
International bodies like to do anything serious with an economy where transactions are largely cash-based. And that's helped the government of Nigeria through the CBN to introduce a lot of digital payment innovations. As people make more money, government get more taxes. And government use that taxes, to also benefit the members of the public.
Digital finance isn't just convenience, it is inclusion. It connects farmers in remote areas, empowers small businesses, and drives innovation in our economy. Yet, challenges remain connectivity, trust, literacy, and access. As we move towards a cashless future, one question remains: has everyone caught up with this new wave of financial evolution?
You have more population of the country living in the rural area, not in the urban. So what government needs to do, once internet is provided, I wouldn't say government should buy telephone or phone or.
Hello and welcome to the news update at 11 on NTA News 24. I am Tessie Omeri. The federal government has insisted that the safe return of all those in captivity is a national priority. The Minister of Information and National Orientation, Muhammad Idris, restated this while briefing the media on the escalating security situation in Nigeria.
What distinguishes the Tinubu's administration's response is not merely the deployment of force, but the adoption of comprehensive, intelligence-led approach to national security. One of the pillars of this overhaul is the determined implementation of state policing that is dynamic, flexible, and fit for purpose. One that truly empowers and secures local communities across the length and breadth of our nation.
Still on security, significant progress has been made towards establishing state police, with a constitutional amendment expected soon. Following months of consultations among the executive, the National Assembly, and security authorities, the Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, disclosed this while briefing State House correspondents after a consultative meeting on state police convened by the Presidency at the State House, Abuja. Gbajabiamila said deliberations on the proposed state police framework began several months ago, following a directive by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, noting that the process has gained considerable traction.
Establishing the state police is not something that you do with a wave of the hand or a snap of a finger. There's a lot involved in terms of constitution and legalities.
Troops of the Joint Task Force Northeast Operation Hadenkai have rescued 2 kidnapped victims abducted from Ngoshe community. A statement by the Media Information Officer, Operation Hadenkai, Lieutenant Colonel Sani Uba, says the victims identified as Mariam Mohammed and her 1-year-old son, Bello Mohammed, were among those abducted during the terrorist attack on Ngoshe on 3rd March 2026 and held at a terrorist enclave within the Mandara Mountains before escaping following intense military operations on terrorist hideouts. Similarly, 2 additional family members identified as Binta Umaru and her 2-year-old daughter Hafsat Ibrahim escaped from another terrorist enclave within the Mandara Mountains and surrendered to troops deployed along Goza-Limankara Road. And that's the update at this time. Join us at 1 for more.
Democracy thrives when citizens participate, engage, and hold leaders accountable. Nigeria is about to prepare for another electoral cycle. The role of young people remains very critical. Welcome to Conversations. I am Queen Elizabeth.
And I am Ehikowechu. Thank you for joining us on another enlightening episode. If you believe in democracy and its tenets, then you should surely stick around.
Of course, I do believe in Nigeria, and I believe that our young people are ready. But I always ask, Nigeria's democracy has come a long way since 1999. Every year, Democracy Day is celebrated amongst us. Some of us even go out on holiday, except that those of us here do not enjoy that holiday that much. Well, Nigerians' freedom is secured today because many suffered. And the question is, how ready are we to participate, even as young people?
Yet the question remains, are Nigerian youths actively shaping our democracy? Are they prepared for the 2027 elections? And how can we end the culture of thuggery that continues to threaten our democratic process?
These are the issues we intend to celebrate or discuss today, whatever angle you come from it. The topic is Nigerian youths and democracy. How ready are we to buckle in and take up the leadership mantle if allowed, if we agree to participate? Joy is seated here. She's a bit sad because of... I'm glad you're laughing. When I spoke with her on Saturday, it was a bit... I was scared.
Yeah.
You know, she was giving that monosyllabic thing. Yes, no, yes, no. So, I know, but again, I told you that you guys are already winners.
You're already champions.
You know?
Yes, we are. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did
you see the welcome?
Oh my God, 1.5 million. If we won the Champions League, then what would have happened?
Mm-hmm.
It will have been real
off the
showdown.
charts.
Oh my God, London was red.
Yes. You know, I always like when people win, not because I have any gain or the winning is going to mean anything. Somehow, there's this celebrative mood I see and I enjoy. I followed every step of it. I don't know which goal is goal. I don't even know who players are players, but I saw all the red in London.
No, but the thing here was that I have to give kudos to Arsenal. I didn't think they were going to play that good. You know, and the bottom line here was that my boys, Ibericheze and all the others, you know, they prayed and they said it is well. The only sad part now is that we're not going to the World Cup, so we have to watch other teams go to the World Cup. So World Cup in a bit. So we'll be busy.
No, it's a game, so whoever plays, just enjoy it. And I know that Muhajid is on his way and will be joining us soon. But because we have to look at this, it's important to understand where we're coming from. I know you have an overview.
Yes, we had an overview of voters' turnout throughout the year since our first democratic election in this current dispensation.
Do you have voters' card? Just wondering.
Are you asking me because you don't have?
Okay.
Are you joking?
Do you have your PVC?
Excuse me, it's even in my purse.
Oh,
your own is in the
she will
purse.
show.
My own is already here.
Oh, you should
Ours is here already.
See, you guys, because
no, you show them. No, you show them
better.
before we go.
Okay,
let's take this one. Let's see this.
Yes.
Nigeria has had 7 democratic elections since the year 1999. And despite awareness and mobilization, low voter turnout is more often witnessed amongst a particular set of the country's populace, the youths. Unbelievable? Here is a statistical data showing the ratio of youth voters in all the elections through the years. In the year 1999, that saw the first democratic elected president in our present democratic dispensation. 57.9 million people registered, and 30.3 million people went out to vote, which put the turnout of voters at 52.3%, with the youth making up for less than a quarter of the voters' turnout. In 2003, 60.8 million Nigerians registered to vote, and 42.0 million went out to actually vote, giving 69.1% voters turnout. In 2007, 61.6 million Nigerians registered to vote, and 35.4 million went out to cast their votes, giving 57.5% voters turnout. Now, here's the drop. In 2011, there were 73.5 million registered voters, and just 39.5 million went out to vote, putting the voters' turnout at 53.7%. In the year 2015, 67.4 million people registered for their voters' card, and only 29.4 million went out to vote, giving the voters turnout of 43.7%. In 2019, 82.3 million registered, while 28.6 million Nigerians went out to vote, giving a 34.8% voters turnout. 2023, unlike the previous elections, the 2023 elections saw more voters turnout from the youth. However, the statistics of the people that voted was still low at 27.1%, even with the 93.5 million Nigerians registered voters, as only 24.9 million people actually went out to cast their votes. What can be the reason for this voter apathy, especially amongst the youths? How will the future of the country, Nigeria, be shaped if the people who are supposed to be in charge of the future leadership are not going out to exercise their electoral duties? I don't know if you all know, but Nigeria has one of the largest youth population in the world. Yet many young people in Nigeria seems disengaged from politics, except at times during election time. Then they all come out. What do you think can be the reason for you? Well, before you answer that question, Jingles by Joy.
Yeah.
You said you have your voter's card. So where's your voter's card?
All right. You people can't come and just embarrass me here.
We are very particular.
Hello, look at it.
You're not playing.
Guess what? I don't even just have it. I vote in every election. So
that is more important. It is not just to have it.
It's not just to have this. You can see this. It's mine. If you can zoom and see my name. I don't take somebody's own.
Yes, we know it's
yours.
yours.
So I have my own PVC.
So what would you think? What would you say is the reason for young people not being interested in politics?
Have you always voted, or did you start voting as a large adult? Did you vote when you were perhaps
a young person?
18, 20?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I voted when I was much older because I had awareness about saying that my vote will count. But I don't know if my vote is counting. You know, that's another thing. I think that's the biggest problem we're having with most of our youths, because when I tend to have interactions with the youths, what they tell me is that, see, if my vote will count, then I will go and vote. And most younger people voted last time. Why? Because they were transmitting the results straight from the, what do you call it? From the polling centers.
Yes.
No, not INEC, the polling centers, where they were, because what...
So there was confidence.
So there was confidence in that, because many people used to say that if it doesn't happen that way, that means by the time it gets to INEC, they will have stuffed, or they will have another box there. So you see, the thing now here is that what are the incentives for us to give the younger ones to say that if we vote and stand on the queues, because it's not a joke, you have to be really patriotic, because you have to wake up very early, then you know they start checking you, then you have to stay in the sun. So it saddens my heart most of the time when you tend to do all that and you expect your votes to count, and at the last minute you now realize that, did your vote really count?
I like how you said last election, most young people went to vote.
Yes.
Now, if you listen to that feature, last election, we had over 93 million registered voters.
Yes.
But that had the lowest turnout of voters.
Yes, you see,
27%, right?
27.1%.
No, but guess what? What I noticed was that the older ones didn't come out as much as the younger ones.
Why? Because they've given up?
I think so.
Why would you give up in a country that you gave us?
You see, it's so easy for us to sit here and talk and banter and say things. Do you know what it means when you go to vote and the votes don't count? And let me use an example now. I saw some primaries lately.
Some what?
Some primaries.
Okay.
You see, you will know the way your voting will go, how the election will go, from simple primaries. From primaries, I was disgusted, because you see, the biggest problem we have here, it's a do or die. And I always tell people that there's no need for do or dies. If you are voted into power and you do the necessary things, you don't have to go anywhere to go and vote. Let me use an example. There's a governor in the southeast. Nobody has come out, because guess what?
He's doing the work.
Because he's doing the work.
Yes, the state.
What's the state?
What's the state?
The state is Abia State. So that's it.
Calm down.
I know you're super excited, but you see, let's give some credit so that others can stand up. Lagos State for me was super. Lagos State was super, but you see, he's not coming back. But you see, the thing here is, if you do your work speaks for you. And that is why sometimes, these young ones, sometimes you give them power, and sometimes they get so super excited. But let me tell everybody here, I'm sitting here, telling every youth, every elder, and, older people, guess what? Let's go and vote. Our vote will count.
Okay, so let's go join our guest, who I told you is already here. And in my usual trend, I'm not going to introduce him, and I'll let you introduce yourself. Hello, thank you for joining us a little behind time.
Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
And the world wants to know, what's your name, who are you?
My name is Mujahid Musa, and I am the National Director for Innovation, Digital Systems and Civic Systems at the Youth Mandate Initiative. It's an initiative where we're trying to increase youth participation in Nigerian politics through civic education and a lot of initiatives. So I handle most of the technical aspects of this program, and I'm glad to be here to discuss this very beautiful and impactful topic that affects millions of our young viewers here.
All right, thank you. I know that at the end of this discussion, we will have even more, and hopefully you join us, because we want to be able to turn around 27% to more than 50% this coming election. More than 50% of youth must come out. And just to tell you how bad it is, let's take a vox pop and get to sample the opinion of youths and political or voters apathy. Let's see this.
I don't have interest in politics. Politics is boring to me. I don't fancy it.
I think what's stopping me is the fear of violence, intimidation, harassment. Yes, that's why I don't really participate in politics. Maybe during election or something, somebody might just look for the other person's trouble. Before you know, fights. They'll start fighting each other and having disagreements. So that's my reason why.
Not having that much confidence in the system. You understand it? A system whereby you vote and you are sure that your vote will count. Then system whereby you vote and you see all signs that your vote will not count. What's the aim of you going to stress yourself, be under the sun, queue up, and then at the end of it all, you don't see what you expect?
I think politics does not impact me, my daily life. So, as that, I'm politically affected because of that.
The problem there is the foundation. If the democracy foundation is not good in Nigeria, there's no need for a youth to participate. You can see infrastructure, things have been created. Things are not working well. The system is collapsing. So can we ask the youth to follow up with that when the need is not there? So our leaders are not putting things in the right direction. So how can we come to involve or participate in politics?
Actually, right from time, I've been, I think why I'm not really interested in politics, right from time, I used to hear that politics is a dirty game. And
I don't think I'm in that right headspace to be involved in such. That is why, though I don't think it's right, but I just feel like.
Because I have no interest there. I don't see myself in that field.
As a civil servant, I don't think it's votes. I encourage people to even vote. You understand? Because I know even one day, even it's not counting now, one day I'm going to protect our votes. I'm encouraging people to go and vote at all costs. For those that don't even have their voter card, I'm encouraging them to go and obtain it and vote. Or one day it will count.
All right, I'm tempted to ask, are you seeing what I am seeing? Are you hearing what I am hearing? From the people interviewed, we ensure that they were at the peak of their youth. You notice they were mostly core members. And 90% or 99% is not interested. Somebody even said it does not impact in my life. And
it does
I'm
not
like,
impact our daily life.
Politics not impacting your daily life. Anyway, I'm going back to our guests. You are, closely working with this set of people, and I'd like to know, how are we going to, together with you, Mr. Musa, change the narrative of these people?
So thank you for this very important question. I think that's the whole purpose of starting the youth mandate. Obviously, Nigerian youths form about 37% of the voters back in 2023. But then when you look at their representation in the political system, is not actually something to be proud of. So for me, I'm not just, encouraging the youths to reduce voter apathy and reduction in belief in the system is one thing. But for me, the ideal system that I want is where the youths take up 50 to 60% of all political decision-making offices. So I believe, just like you've discussed earlier, a lot of the youths no longer believe in the system. We grew up seeing a system where you cast your vote, and then somehow Nigerians obviously believe that somebody else is casting another vote inside somewhere, or changing the voting results. So honestly, if you have systems like this, definitely the youths would lack interest. There are a number of things that lead to most of the problem we are going through right now. One, let me clarify one of the things you said earlier. You said some youths claim that they are not interested in politics. So there is a very popular saying that if you're not interested in politics, it is interested in you. Yeah. So whether you want it or not, honestly, Nigerian youths have to wake up and do this. So the thing for me is, I see youth inclusion, youth participation in voting system, and youth participation in policy table as a key impetus that would push our country towards the desired land. So there are many issues that I see stopping youths from doing all of these things. I spoke to a lot of contestants. Some of them have won office. Some of them have lost